I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
TheBoxingVoice.com. You walk away with a silver medal, which is an incredible accomplishment. Can you take any pride in that?
I don't like to lose.
Now it's like I know what feeling I don't want to ever go through. He was talking about you crying and like, you go watch Floyd. Floyd was crying after he lost. I don't ever want to feel that again. I don't want to ever lose. Like I'm not cool with losing.
This is a TKO victory for Shakur Stevenson.
He's tough. He don't take no for an answer, so I gotta beat it out of him. Shakur, of course he's the truth.
TFemo not messing with him. I don't think Tank messing with him. Eric Russell Jr. ain't messing with him.
Me right now, if you ask me, would I beat Floyd Mayweather back in the day? I'm gonna say yes. And truthfully, really believe that.
I know my body. Yeah, I know Shakur body. Shakur know my body. Do I step to you when we sport? Yes or no?
No.
Do we step to each other? Yes or no?
No.
The southpaw version of Floyd Mayweather.
Oscar can't keep ducking. It's time for him to fight. It's me versus Oscar Valdez. There's nothing else to look forward to. Canelo can't get in the ring fight for him. And even if he could, I feel like me and Canelo's at the same weight. I feel like I'll beat him.
SDS Promotions.
I'm one of the best fighters in boxing.
And when you in the trenches, you know, it's cool to shoot them bullets. How you gonna defend yourself when them bullets coming back? When you in the trenches, you know, it's cool to shoot them bullets. How you gonna defend yourself when them bullets coming back?
Davis thought Santa Cruz was going to fold for his...
The popular and acclaimed defending WBA lightweight champion of the world.
If it was the streets, these niggas would have been smoked. Pack the whole group up. Pack them up. Pack them up and get them the fuck out of boxing.
Haney, Cambosis, one of those folks, maybe Garcia.
All them guys is easy work. They're easy work, man. I'm the top dog.
The hard-hitting young star of boxing, 3-division world champion.
Skill for skill. I'm much more skillful than Canelo. I stand on that. I'm much more skillful. You and Cambosis, what happens, Tank? I'm whooping that ass. Tell him come see me. Tell him hold the belts. I'll whoop his ass for free.
The defending world champion from Baltimore, Maryland.
We from the city. You know what's happening, what's in the city. TheBoxingVoice.com.
Gervonta Tank Davis.
SDS Promotions.
I remember walking in Mayweather gym, he sitting on the couch. I told him he a bum-ass fighter. He ain't say nothing, not one word. He got a fur on, it's 80 degrees on.
What up, what up, what up? Good morning. You know it's a stony morning over here at TBV where we get stoned every morning before we talk. You feel me? Coffee and a blunt, that's all he really want. Buenos dias, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We are back. Shout out to who am I shouting out here? I am shouting out Coach Calvin Ford. Coach Calvin Ford. Why? Because Calvin has given us something to talk about this fine Saturday morning. And let me get that pulled up for you because he is taking some shots at Shakur Stevenson and the manner in which he fought. And he's basically saying, I can't catch that motherfucker. And don't nobody want to fight that style, you know? And he actually mocks him in the manner in which he fights. So this is what we're going to be talking about, man. Gervonta Davis's trainer, Calvin Ford, seeming to be a bit bothered by the manner in which Shakur fought. And yeah, if you're interested in calling in after we show you this video, please do so. So let's get to that. And this is Calvin Ford. He's watching the fight. This is someone recording him watching the fight live. And just listen to everything he said. I mean, the same frustration that we all had. The same frustrations that we all had.
With one punch. But unlike Gervonta Davis, they got to mention his name.
Who's out? I think a lot of people realize this the fact.
What's around with this shit?
All right, you gotta put your hands up.
So right here, he's saying 8 rounds of this shit, and he starts skipping around the floor. And then another trainer by the name of Coach Steve Everett says, no, you got to put your hands up. And now Coach Calvin is mocking Shakur style on retreat.
Yeah, hands up. 8 fucking rounds, man. Come on, nigga.
You heard him? 8 fucking rounds, man. Come on. You know, we don't got to say that.
Okay, jab work.
Look, he got excited because a little bit of jab. He's like, okay, jab work. But listen to the next statement.
Now Santos, you're not even no brothers doing
I can't catch the motherfucker. So do I want to fight a fight like that?
I can't catch the motherfucker. Do I want to fight a fight like that? So this is him watching the fight live. So this is the trainer, you know what I mean? Like, he understands his fighter's style. I don't think they want to fight Shakur, not because it's difficult, but because the style. A guy that's running away.
I'm gonna get fast what they want.
Look, he said, I'm gonna give the fans what they want, and starts doing the Shakur Stevenson. That's what we gotta call it. He's doing the Shakur Stevenson. So he said, I'm gonna give the fans what they want, and starts backing up like Shakur. So that's the end of the video. We could play it one more time for anybody that didn't catch everything, and I'll zoom in a bit more.
This right here, this fight right here better than that fight.
He should be more active. He should be more active.
That motherfucker from that 130 go up to 135.
No clue what he said there. I don't know if you guys can understand it. He said that motherfucker from 130 to go up to 135, but I have no clue what he meant by that, what he's trying to say by that, and I'm not even sure did I catch it correctly. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even sure if that's what I'm hearing. So we listening to this together, obviously. So, you know, if you think you heard something that you feel I haven't caught, let me know, because we found this morning. Like, you know, this is brand new. So we just seen this, and we like, okay, this is a Saturday morning episode here.
You gotta watch the dog race fight. That
He said, me personally, you got to watch the dog bay fight. Now, I think that's because at this moment, they're watching the Navarrete fight.
Me personally, and there's another guy that just fought. They couldn't sustain.
I don't know. Is he recording this gentleman because he's falling asleep? Because I do see his neck kind of, you know, swiveling around as if he is falling asleep. Is that what he's doing? Is he recording the coach because he's asleep? I think that's what he's doing. He's recording the coach to show you that he got put to sleep.
Yo, with one punch. But unlike Gervonta Davis, they got to mention his name.
And that's Coach Calvin Ford. The video has restarted, and he says, I don't knock out people with one punch, unlike Gervonta Davis. And Calvin Ford, as you say, they got to mention his name.
Who's out? I think a lot of people realize this the fact.
Eight round of this shit. Hold on, you gotta put your hands up. You gotta put your hands up.
And that's where he said 8 rounds of this shit.
8 fucking rounds, man. Come on, nigga.
8 fucking rounds, man. Come on.
Okay, January. Now Santos, you're not even letting no brothers do it. I can't catch the motherfucker.
I can't catch the
fight like that.
You heard him. I don't
I'll
know
get fast if you want.
Coach too funny. We gonna end it there. He said, I'm gonna get the fans what they want and gets to skipping away. Shout out to the Raj podcast for putting that out there, man, and letting us know the feelings of Coach Calvin Ford. Salute to everybody rocking out with us. Discord link is about to be posted in the live chat, but you should be joining the community this way. Every time we go live, you get that notification from within Discord, from YouTube, and even Twitter, because we're rocking and rolling on Twitter Spaces as well. And that link for Twitter is also being put in the live chat here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, the Breakfast Club of Boxing. We are at 70 thumbs up with 400 people watching. What's going on? All right. So, looks like we got to do a poll because you guys tripping. But once we get the proper number of likes, we would love to get some callers and get your guys' opinion on today's topic. And tell us what you think of Calvin Ford and his, his joke, I would say, right? He's making fun of Shakur and that style. And tell us what you think. Tell us what you thought of the fight. Is Calvin Ford's, I guess, joke warranted, right? Was Shakur running enough that he should be getting these jokes that people are giving them, right? That's what we need to figure out. But if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. It's going to put the episode in the eyes of boxing fans that don't know we are rocking out multiple times a day. Every day in the morning, usually 6 a.m., Monday through Friday. Saturdays is a different story, as this is more of a spontaneous thing. But right now, this is a very hot topic. The performance, the post-fight, and obviously the reaction from the public, all big. But King Amin in Essex, what it do, my friend? How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Apparently this is, I didn't catch everything, but apparently this is a very hot topic. A lot of discussion, even myself. You guys know who I am. If you don't catch me, King Amin of Essex 1 on Instagram, King Amin of Essex 1 on Twitter, and the championship rounds on YouTube. It's been a lot of discussion. I myself have seen people, I guess, agreeing with me. Ness, you've made some great points. I didn't get a chance to finish my call because I started off saying I'm not a Shakur apologist, and then you kind of proceeded to lay out some very valid points, about how the performance probably does not add up to the level of where, the other guys, as far as Devin and Tank. I just want to reel it back a bit, though, man, and just deep dig in my hardcore bag a bit. I like the performance because boxing is still a game of hit and don't get hit. I could say that and I could stand on that. You can say what you want in the chat. However, I can also have the same opinion that that particular fighting style might not draw larger audiences. It might not make you a palatable opponent to some of the prize fighters and some of the stars out there. So I've been drawing this analogy. I've been kicking it around, and y'all know I can burn, so let me do that. I've been kicking this analogy that as far as Devin Haney, Javante Davis, and Shakur Stevenson, there's a relationship like Drake, J. Cole, and Kendrick Lamar. Devin Haney kind of fits the bill of Drake. He can kind of do it all. He's very popular. He's about the bread. He's business. We know that. Tank is a little bit intriguing, like K Dot. Excuse me, like J. Cole. Pardon, because J. Cole, when you think he's hip hop, he hits you with some street. You think he's street, he hits you with some backpack. He's very intriguing, right? The one I find Shakur to be most like is Kendrick Lamar. Because without Dr. Dre and without some of the TDE things, Kendrick Lamar kind of don't have an identity as an artist. And I'm starting to see that Shakur, other than being a clean boxer, he really don't have an identity for his style, you know. So I think that's one of the things, and that's why it's being labeled as boring. So there's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of ways we can approach this conversation. But I think ultimately, I'm glad that people are talking because we're talking about boxing. Is that fair enough to say?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yo, I know you did that show yesterday. Man, it was like you was back in the day behind the wheel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you was over the road.
Yeah, man. I mean, it just worked out that way, so it ended up being a marathon show. But I totally enjoyed it. Um, it was good. But to be clear, because there's people saying, "What are you saying?" So to be clear, you enjoyed the performance.
And that's the problem. People want me to be clear. There's two ways to look at it, and I said it. I don't think that the performance is enough to make the business end of a fight with those other two guys. However, I had no problem watching the fight. I've watched less. I've watched worse. I've watched Rigo. I've watched a lot of fucking fights. I've watched York Hall fights in the UK. I've watched a lot of. I've watched Robert Treat fights in Newark, downtown in the ballroom. So that's what I'm saying. You guys can't. When I'm watching, when I'm on it like that, how are you guys going to convince me that I didn't enjoy it? You can't convince me of that. So stop. Yes, it's not enough to make him on the level of those guys prize fighting, but stop trying to convince me that I didn't enjoy it or that I have to dislike Shakur because the performance. I'm not going down that road.
Did you catch Calvin Ford making fun of Shakur's fighting style?
I did.
Okay, good, good.
And
good.
and it's fair. It's fair game. Now here's the other part of it. Because this is why you could do the marathon show. This is why we can continue to talk about it and people can have their appreciation for it because you open yourself up to criticism. Now, this is the thing I got to talk to and about Shakur a little bit. This is the game we're in. So whether it's me, whether it's Ness, whether it's Calvin Ford, whether it's another fighter, you're subject to criticism. You're subject to feedback. So don't take it personal, champ. This is what we do. Now Calvin Ford again, he thinks that the fight wouldn't be worth Tank's time, and he has the right to say that. I don't think he would necessarily say anything disrespectful about Shakur's skills. He just knows that ain't it. You know what I'm saying, for Tank, and he probably doesn't really fear that kind of style. You know what I'm saying? He's saying to himself and to everybody else, like, if that's what y'all think Tank is afraid of, you got to be fucking kidding me.
As if I were Calvin Ford, I'm not rushing to that fight. Not because I seen a difficult style, just because I seen a potential financial bombing. I don't know that anyone is going to see this kid's name on a poster and be ready to fork out $50 to $80 for a pay-per-view. There could be a world, there could be a galaxy out there that he is on pay-per-view with Tank and people pay to see him get knocked out. But again, with those reflexes And how far my man looked like he need to go to the Olympics. What's that shit when you just run and jump? That's what he need. Cause the way he jumping out the danger, he's not stepping back, man. That shit is like a 4-foot jump back. And I don't know that the fans are gonna forget that. This was on free TV. It was on a Thursday, so maybe a lot of people didn't see this bad performance, and only the people that needed to watch it, meaning, you know, the other fighters' teams, right? Because Shakur has it in his mind that this performance will probably get him a fight, is what he said on social media yesterday. And ironically enough, it's the same thing that he said Devin does, that Devin waits for an opponent to look vulnerable and then offers him a fight. So do you feel that he showed vulnerability, and do you feel that that vulnerability was enough to receive an offer from a Tank Davis team? Or I'm not even going to say Devin because I doubt it. Just because of the busyness, right? Like he's about to fight uh Regis. We don't know the outcome. It would be unfair to, like, I don't know.
Well, one thing about what I think Shakur's nature and it's a vulnerability, but I don't know if Devin possesses what can bring that out of Shakur. And I'm talking about the fear of power. Now, there's a difference between fighters that don't like to get hit, and then when they get hit, they kind of turn it up on you. Like Shakur don't like contact.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So and he don't like it so much so he's become masterful at avoiding it. And again, to some people, that's not good to watch. But to others, it's like, damn, like he's quick as a cat, you know. Um, I'd like to call it a difficult style. And yes, there's vulnerabilities, but again, the fear of power. If Devin, um, if Shakur feel like Devin don't have the power, or people are positioning, the knock on Devin is, the power's not there. Who's to say Shakur would even fight that same style against Devin? I'm also going to go out on a limb and say, um, I don't. It ain't like people used to do with Triple G. Yeah, Shakur had a bad performance because he was trying to lure Devin in. He's getting hit. So Canelo. Nah, man. Nah. That's what you call subterfuge. This is what you call taking chicken shit and making a chicken salad. As far as the situation, not necessarily the performance, because the situation ain't good for Shakur. Let's be real about that. Um, Top Rank can't even throw him in there with Navarrete like they planned, because that was their plan B. Their plan B was if Navarrete looked great, we could always say everybody else is bringing everybody else up, and Navarrete's a fearless, dangerous fighter. But Shakur would just dance out of his way. So you talk about a boring fight, or a not entertaining fight. Shakur is just he's backed himself into a corner. And fight wise, option wise, and I don't even know what's next on it. He kind of needs those other guys right now because of this, and in between Devin and Tank, those guys are holding the cards, man. So I'm not really sure, because I've always said Top Rank is a little thin at 135 anyway, especially when you got Keyshawn over there. So I don't really know what you do with Shakur at this point if you're not giving him Loma,
Real quick, I just want to remind everybody tuned in that yesterday we did have a marathon show that included interviews with Ryan Garcia's opponent, Oscar Duarte, live from Mexico. Then we had Coach Bill Haney, father manager of Devin. After that, we had Coach Xavier Miller from the UK, former trainer of Dillian White. After that, we had Robert Garcia, the trainer of Bam and Virgil, and obviously a bunch of people. And I believe we even had someone after that. So you should certainly check out yesterday's over 10-hour marathon show that happened spontaneously due to the amount of interest. And we have a counterpunch on Twitter. Carrie G, what up? Gotta unmute the mic. There you go.
Hello?
Yep.
All right. So first time calling in. I've been watching this show for like so I got introduced to it November of last year, and I have not missed a single one of your streams. Really excited to be like talking to y'all guys. Like you've been awesome. Got me back into boxing after I kind of dropped off for a little bit. So thank you for all the information and everything like that. Um, I'm calling in because I'm sick of hearing people say like keep talking about this defensive prowess. I used to be like a Shakur fan, but like his moves outside the ring been kind of turning me off to that, and that kind of put Devin above him for me now because I've just been liking how he gets it out the mud. He don't cry or complain like they be saying like fighters always be like no excuses, but I didn't hear him make no excuses during his tough fight with Loma. So I think people need to like cut that crap talking about Devin like that, and please stop calling that shit defense. Bobbing and weaving, taking a step back, countering, head moving, all that stuff. That's defense. Stop comparing that shit to Floyd. You can't run away from a guy and land like 19 straights against him and be considered running, you know, and in a Floyd fight. This guy was taking like like 3 car lengths jumping back away from it. And it's like, dude, I stayed up super friggin' late for that shit. I convinced like 15 coworkers to come over to the house to stay up late. Niggas got to wake up at like 6 a.m. And that shit was just wild to me. Like, you know, you can't be like, I'm heir apparent and talk that crap and then just not like take it as it is. And as far as like scoring rounds, like to me, there was a lot of exchanges in the first 5 to 6 rounds of the fight where like Edwin would jump in and land like a really hard body shot, and you would see it not like look really too pleasant on Shakur's face, or land like that looping hook he landed like in the first round, like out of nowhere. I think people are so used to giving like Shakur respect that he's used to it being like, all right, how am I going to decide how I want to fight this guy, pick my shots and everything like that. But I felt like Edwin actually did good work. I know it wasn't like the craziest exciting thing. There was like a lot of so-called chess match stuff going on, but there was a lot of times during those first few rounds where I had like the 4 out of the first 5 rounds for Edwin De Los Santos because he would jump in. There wasn't much exchange and much things to score, obviously, but he would jump in, get like maybe 2 shots off, and then like a fake jab from Shakur would land, and I'm like, what the heck is this? They're over here talking about he's mastering distance, but I mean, like, I can master distance if I don't want to be in distance at all with someone. So it just kind of confused me. Like, I scored that whole fight, and I could not find more than like it either have to be a draw or I would have to give De Los Santos 7-5 over Shakur. And I know that's like crazy to some people, but like I have my scorecard right here, and I only found like I felt like Shakur won probably like
How
rounds
many
7
streams
through
you get your
10.
time?
Is that over or
Nah, you
do I
got
still
your
have?
free call now.
Okay, I found like rounds 7 through 10. Shakur pretty much won, but you could make an argument in like round 9 that you could give it to De Los Santos because it was literally like 3 minutes of nothing, and then there'd be like 3 exchanges, which were typically initiated by Edwin being like, I guess I just gotta jump in at this motherfucker. And then like maybe sometimes Shakur would land like a stab jab to the body or like one of those so called 22 straight left hands that he landed, which I maybe saw 7 of them. But Tim Bradley told me they landed, I guess. But I would see maybe one of them thrown to the body every once in a while. I never saw no straight left hand get landed on Edwin Del Santos's face. And like once again with the comparisons of these people, Andre Ward, that dude was an inside fighter, so like you can't ever even accuse this dude of running away. Terrence Crawford, mean as fuck. No one can ever accuse him. Even when he was boxing like before the Gamboa fight, he was still in there. And then Floyd, yeah, Floyd would take some jump backs, but then he jumped right back in, elbow into someone's sternum. All those hooks that niggas be trying to throw to him on the ropes and stuff just getting negated by that elbow in the sternum. Like, I don't understand the whole well Floyd ran conversation. That doesn't make sense to me because you can't piece somebody up with straight right hands or catch shots running. Like that don't make sense. Stop calling him the defensive heir apparent if you're not gonna actually be in there to be defensive. Like even when Shane Mosley landed that shot on Floyd, what happened right after that? This nigga started piecing him up. I saw Floyd walk people down. People want to like always be down on like Floyd's fight, but I've seen Floyd high guard and walk people down many times because he knows judges would love to give away a round for someone being more active than Floyd. So we would see him walk people down and throw those shots. What about Canelo? People bring that up, man. Like the dude freaking walked him down a couple of times. So I just don't get it. I'm very disappointed in Shakur. just because I used to have him above Devin. Javante's one of my favorite. I had him above them, but then it's like Javante kind of moved weird, but he still give fans what he wants. So I guess I got to give him credit for that. Devin, his unanimous decisions are fucking exciting. Okay, he takes risks. He goes in there. I saw double-digit punches landed on Loma. I went through the copy box because people started trying to bring up, they got to make their fighter look better by trying to bring up Devin's fights. And I'm looking at Devin's stats from Jojo Diaz, and I'm like, I'm seeing more than 4 to 6 punches landed, bro. Like, you can't say that, I'm sick. Every fighter is always fucking sick, always fucking injured. Floyd been fighting with a broken left hand mad times. Andre Ward done had tweaked ass, hyperextended elbows, and he's still fucking putting that elbow in someone's chest. It's just like, just take the loss and be like, yo, I guess a figurative loss for him. But instead, just be like, yo, I'm sorry, fans. I'll work on it. Don't tell me, just don't watch it. Because boxers want to be pay-per-view fucking stars. You literally have to ask us to watch the
feel like it's your time.
No sense.
But it's not your
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you,
Yo,
champ. Thank you.
Was that one of them Vega boys?
Nah, he be in the chat. That's his first time calling. He super chatted like a motherfucker yesterday. Kerry G's was around.
Kerry
Just
G's on
first time calling. But I got some stuff here. If you want to head on over to youtube.com/The Boxing Voice so that you can see the average ratings for ESPN and their 14th event, which was Shakur's. He didn't do bad. I'm not a hater. That's not bad for a Thursday. That's not bad for a lightweight. That's not bad for his opponent that is very unknown. I mean, you compare that to Johnny Beck, Gualateri, he did better than Johnny Beck and Gualateri, right? Because Shakur averaged 655,000 viewers, and Johnny Beck and Gualateri averaged about 602,000.
Against football as well on a Thursday night.
There you go. I mean, I heard it was a bad game, though, but I don't know nothing about that.
But when you're betting, people are invested. So bad game or not, people were tuned in for the results probably.
For sure. Lopez Gonzalez, I have no clue what Lopez Gonzalez that could be. They should have used first names for some of these guys. But that averaged 540,000. Anderson Rudinenko, which is obviously Big Baby, Shakur did better than that. Navarrete Valdez did better than Shakur, only by 40,000 people. Cambosos versus Maxie Hughes did not do better than Shakur by nearly 220,000 less. Anderson versus Charles Martin did do better than Shakur by 150,000 more. Taylor Lopez didn't do better than Shakur. Actually did do better than Shakur, but only by 100 and something thousand. But that's crazy. That's two named people and people didn't care. I'm telling you, bro. That's why they be like, why that kid ain't been on pay-per-view? There you go. Haney Loma prelims. Damn, the prelims did 559,000. Johnny Beck. Say again?
I said sheesh.
Johnny Beck Butler, which is Canadian, did better than Shakur by about 60,000, 714,000. Stevenson Yoshino did better than his last fight with De Los Santos, averaging 804,000. Ramirez Comey did right under Shakur at 639,000. Navarrete Wilson, way under Shakur by 250-something thousand. And a Jagba Stephen Shaw, less than half of what Shakur did. Or half of what Shakur did, because they came in at 353, Shakur 655. So not terrible numbers. I mean, it does show that he brings in interest, because on a Thursday, he was able to do better than people that fought on Fridays and Saturdays. What's your thoughts on those numbers? Champ.
Yeah, I think those are very fair numbers, and they do represent, his audience. I don't want to sound like, I'm picking at him, because some people are sensitive to criticism, but I don't want to say that Navarrete might have added to the views because
Well,
again we
Navarrete was on Thursdays, and they only got to 655.
okay. So no, so you got to give it to Shakur, right? That's fair to say.
I mean, obviously people tuned in for Navarrete. Like we know for a fact, average boxing fan in our community tuned in for Navarrete. Uh, but that being said, Navarrete did what? 400 and some thousand with Liam Wilson alone. And
Yeah.
now with Shakur as the main and him as the cone, they only got to 6 together. So, definitely has to do with the Thursday. I can't totally blame it on opponents when Kunsakow's been on ESPN for some time, you know. I don't know. I mean, it was 4 decent names in the boxing community, and based off those ratings, they probably should have done better for sure. Because again, Navarrete is doing 400,000 alone versus a European dude, and then you got Shakur did 800,000, right, or 700,000 with Shoshino. So what happened here? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was the Thursday, man. I'm pretty sure it was the Thursday that threw him off because even the depth of the undercard too on a Saturday, I think this would have gotten much more exposure because it was a really good card from top to bottom. I mean, you had Emiliano Vargas on there as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Troy
bro.
Isley,
I mean,
Abdullah
for
Mason.
me, outside of the main event, this was a magnificent card, and I know people like magnificent, bro. You tripping? But like, I certainly like, I wish there was AI. I wish there was an AI tool that I could be like, yo, I know I said this in an episode. Go find it because, bro, I used to beg for developmental fights. I mean, begging, like literally into the airwaves. Yo, please just stream it on YouTube. Put it on. I'll watch it anywhere. And now we got that. I love that I'm watching Mason's every fight. I love that I'm watching Cashflow's every single fight. It's on me if I miss it. So it's on me if I miss a mistake, if I miss an improvement. And again, I'm not promoting betting, but for me, putting $1 and $2 on it makes it more intriguing. It even makes me do more research. So I enjoy all those developmental fights. I enjoy what Top Rank does as a company by giving us 20, 30 fights, making 8-hour cards, getting all their fighters active, keeping them moving. I love it. I love it. I mean, I can't say it enough.
And look,
If the big three got together, Top Rank has to be the foundation that boxing stands on. Obviously, Al Heyman is the pay-per-view creator, and then Eddie is the face, bro. Matchroom needs to be the face, the talker for the sport.
because on that card you also had, remember, Brian Norman Jr., the battle undefeateds versus Quentin Randall, So they really, put those guys in there to be showcased. I'm just again disappointed it was a Thursday night because on a Saturday.
I mean, and we're arguing semantics, but I would definitely not call it a showcase. For us boxing fans, showcase has become a fight where the A side is gonna win, and I believe that these kids were super tough in the undercard fights. I mean, all the money came in on Max Ornelius. People thought he was gonna beat Cashflow. Everybody was picking Vladimir Hernandez to beat Troy because of his 3 previous upsets over bigger names than Troy. These kids were matched tough, and I know you didn't mean that, unless you did. That's why I paused you on it, because
No, you're right,
showcase
you're right.
showcase to me means we're gonna see what the A side got.
Yo, because Steven Torres, undefeated heavyweight fighter, even took a loss on this card against Jackson Murray out of Australia. So everybody was matched tough. It was your fight to either win or lose. So definitely
Steven
showcase was the wrong word.
Steven is tripping, bro. I seen the post by Travis Kaufman, who's from that area, and obviously, probably, I mean, not probably, definitely the son of probably Steven's promoter. I think Steven is with Kaufman Promotions. That being said, Travis was a former heavyweight that is currently retired, I believe. I don't know if he's fishing for a fight with Steven, but he was overly critical, not overly critical. He was critical of Steven's performance and said that he ain't putting in work and that he should have been able to beat a guy like Jackson Murray, which is what I believe as well. Murray didn't really impress me like that. When I had Robert Garcia on the show yesterday, I was asking him, did he want Murray for his heavyweight that also got a draw with Skylar Lacey?
Yeah, man. Steven Torres, he was coming into that bout, even though he was listed technically as the B side. And this is what Top Rank does. They'll put you in there to see where you at, And again, Jackson Murray, I had probably maybe seen him on an undercard somewhere once. Never even heard of the kid. And I don't know what Steven Torres is or isn't doing, and I don't know if Travis is trying to talk his way out of retirement and get a little King's promotion card popping. But that ain't good if they on the same team. You know what I mean? Because somebody telling the truth. One of them is telling the truth. One of them, is clout chasing. So, But Top Rank will give Steven Torres a chance to bounce back. Same way they gave Jahai Tucker a chance to bounce back on December 9th. So
I don't know. Steven's not with Top Rank. I'm pretty sure Steven is with Kaufman Promotions. Top Rank brought him in there as a B-side to Jackson Murray in a tough fight of the undefeateds. Murray had to prove himself. Murray is the one that is with Bob Barham's right-hand man. The guy that was a lightweight contender is like Derek Harmon. He advises and trains the guy. And he's also Bob's right-hand man. Every time you see Bob, you see Derek Harmon.
Okay.
And Jackson Murray is signed to Derek Harmon. He was in the corner as well. Have you seen the bald head black guy? That's him. That is him. But if you guys want to call in, you want to give us your opinion on Calvin Ford, which obviously we've been talking now for 41 minutes. I think we should play it again just in case people haven't seen it. I'm going to go to that now. And what you're going to see here is Calvin watching the entire card. So in the beginning of the video, you'll have to bear with them as they're watching Navarrete. There's also a portion where they're recording one of the trainers that fell asleep during this. So, okay.
Okay, Jaguar. Now Santos, you're not even no rhythm doing it.
I can't catch the motherfucker. So do I want to fight a fight like that?
As you can hear, he said, I can't catch the motherfucker. Do I want to fight a fight like that?
I'm going to get fast with the what?
Then he, I guess, imitates Shakur, says, I'm going to give the fans what they want, and then begins to backpedal with his hands in his pocket.
These fights right here. This fight right here better than that fight.
So right now they're recording the trainer that fell asleep. My man's neck about to
more active. More active.
That motherfucker from that 130 go up to 135. Quick first step.
So you see the trainer, he's gone. You see his neck, he's sleeping. They about to wake up. Look, bruh fighting in sleep harder than Shakur fighting in the ring, they said.
Yo, with one punch. But unlike Javante.
So right here, he's really gonna go in on Shakur a little bit more.
Now, I think a lot of people realize this the first round of this shit.
If you heard the squeaking, he said 8 rounds of this shit, and he's obviously shuffling around the gym floor with his hands in his pocket. But then you hear the trainer says, wait, you got to put your hands up like this.
Put your hands up.
And now Ford puts his hands up and retreats in the boxing style the way Shakur was doing.
Hey, 8 fucking rounds, man. Come on, nigga.
You heard him. 8 fucking rounds, man. Come on, nigga. Like, don't nobody want to see that shit.
Okay, January. Now Santos, you're not even letting no brothers do it.
I can't catch the motherfucker. So do I want to fight a fight like that?
As you heard him, can't catch the motherfucker. Do I want to find a fight like that? So, you know, like Tank's a star. I mean, you feel me? He bringing in money. Even if we erase the Ryan Garcia fight, 225,000 pay-per-views times 80 is a lot of money. Somewhere around 22 million. Let me just double check, you know. But there's a lot of people that seem to think that he don't make money and he only did because of Ryan and all his weirdness. But that's 18 million. You know, even the dumbest boxing fan knows Tank's not being guaranteed $10 million, which means even if he were, he makes enough to cover that in the pay-per-views, let alone sponsorships and his very big sold-out gates that break records. How much do you think Calvin has to do with decision making? Obviously, the fighter's the fighter, and if he wants to fight someone, he's gonna say, "Nah, I want to fight him, coach." But Calvin's the game plan. He's the one that makes the game plan, and he's the one saying, "Man, don't nobody want to fight that."
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of say so because, as you pointed to, he's the man that's looking and saying, "Look, this is what we got to train for. This is what we got to build a whole camp around. This who we got to bring in sparring for." Like, not for nothing, it's gonna be like Rocky. They gonna bring in chickens and shit. You know what I'm saying? In camp to get ready. You know, so Calvin's like, "Nah, we can't do that." You know, and I think that Tank is wise enough to listen to Calvin. They have that relationship, and I think I, I, this is what I said earlier. It's a great opinion, and it's fair to say this is not a duck. We ain't doing business over there. Like, it's not worth it. We can't sell that. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't even think the back and forth could sell it
I
because by
don't
the time you
think. I mean, let me ask you this: Can you sell it next? If hypothetically Tank's team looks at things the way Shakur says, oh, they only fight you if you look vulnerable. Tank team believes this is vulnerability. Will the public buy it next? Clearly because it's Tank. Or does Shakur did that performance? I mean, only 600,000 people watched it. That ain't shit, bro. We talking about a world. It was
ESPN.
650,000 people that watched. Now, that's tuned in live. Obviously, the blogs, the ESPNs, so many things. I mean, look, so many people have written about it. So yeah, the word has traveled now. So I don't know. I mean, that's the question. Can we sell it next?
Yeah, I think you still can sell it because it's contemporaries. Like I pointed to Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas, Drake, Cole, and Kendrick. So for them to do that now,
Yeah,
no
but
matter
in
which.
music, I think in music it's a little more cutthroat. Meaning, if you up there and then you flop, they cut you off quickly. You become a one-hit wonder. Like
Isn't
no.
this what we're seeing though? With Shakur, I mean, people are kind of turning they back on him as
Yeah,
far
but
as
you saying the opposite though. You saying they turning their back, but we can still throw them in a pay-per-view.
because no matter how much beef that Drake and Kendrick have, they don't necessarily go directly. So we'd love to hear them diss each other directly. We'd love to see Tank and Shakur get it on, no matter what you think of Shakur's last performance, because we've heard the talk and they're contemporaries. We'd have to see it go down. Now, when you start talking about the business, this is where I say the problem becomes, because I'm not as well versed as when Tank and Calvin and them, and then when Shakur and whoever start saying, "Well, this is the percentage I'm giving you because you're that I can't speak to." I'm just saying, as a fan, do I want to say, hell yeah, you can get me to watch that shit, but I don't know if you can get them to make it when they start talking about who gets what because of that fact you talk about. Yo, you just flopped, Duke. You got no say. You saw Tank doing that with Devin, When Devin did it to Shakur, nah, son, that's why I'm offering you 10%. So yeah, that's why it would happen.
Well, before I get to that counterpunch, Kerry G, I see you back with another one. Let me screen share and give you guys video, audio of something related to our topic here. And that's not it. That's, light as hell. This is it. Let me move us off the screen here. And there's two separate videos here. And this, as you can see, says there's a big difference in pedigree between these two men. The two men in question are the two men in question on our show. Gervonta Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson.
Man, you got fresh topic to do. You guys are easy to work with. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Boo? I'm like, what?
Nah.
They don't boo me. I'm like, they was like, boo. I'm like, what? I ain't say that. I don't get booed. I don't get booed. Boo.
Yeah, I see you. I'm like, oh, we went to
I ain't never heard that. Shout out to Tay. He said, boo, y'all booing me? Hold up. I don't get booed. I don't get booed. And he starts mimicking as if he about to, he's stepping on the gas to fuck a motherfucker up. Because he don't want to be booed. He don't want to be known as a dude
I
that
don't
get
care.
booed.
I seen the greats get booed. I seen.
Man, you got fresh topic to do.
Okay, we're gonna do one more.
When you get booing from the crowd.
When I hear booing, I don't care. I seen the greats get booed. I seen.
You guys are easy to work with. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Boo? I'm like, what?
Nah.
They don't boo me. I'm like, they was like, boo. I'm like, what? I ain't say that. I don't get booed.
That's fucking right, He said, what? I don't get booed. I love that shit. I ain't never seen that. I gave it a retweet on our over 20,000 followers. Let me get to Kerry G. Love that shit. That's the mentality we talking about, B.
Hello?
Yep.
All right, yeah. I got mad heat at the end because it's like I feel like in professional sports, like at the end of the day, like if you're a professional athlete, like the fans support you, so that's how you get your bread. But like I can understand like NFL players, NBA players, and all that stuff caring a little bit less because they have structure, they got a league, and they got most importantly a lot of guarantees for stuff. So it's like to a certain extent they kind of get to ignore things. But like boxers, you fight on free TV and you like hope and pray that you can like convert into a pay-per-view star to get that real bag. So it's really dependent to me in boxing that like you really have to like ask for individual fan support, being like, yo, buy my shit, pay for my shit. So like I've never gotten mad when like another professional athlete from different sports said, yo, you don't gotta watch my stuff, because truthfully, like they're gonna be fine without it. But in boxing, it's like, no, like for you to get that big bag that you might complain that your contemporaries get, or that, oh, I want to be on pay-per-view and all that stuff, you literally have to appeal directly to me. So when anytime fighters say that shit, they miss me with it. Like, oh, you don't gotta watch. But like, then when you complain about your bag, yes, I do gotta watch so you can get that bag. So it's like you can't just be like, oh, don't watch, or if you don't like it, tough shit like that. Like that don't make no sense for a boxer or like a UFC fighter who wants to go to pay-per-view. That don't make sense for you to say. That's kind of like super disingenuous to like fans to me, because you want that super bad. You trying to get a pay-per-view at Navarrete next year, or you trying to like fight against Devin or Tank specifically, where like they would sell. I wouldn't give Shakur my money after that. Really, only because of the way he's been moving outside the ring. It's like, so I think boxing fans can forgive a lot of things, but it's like when you talk cash money shit, you talk about people's moms and stuff, and then when you say like I'm the greatest or whatever, and you don't, then it's just like, yeah, you might have to like humble yourself a bit. And then the one thing that super surprised me about that fight is like you are sparring currently, to me, I guess, the greatest southpaw right now. Like I know he switched Terrence Crawford and all that. How did you feel so awkward against another southpaw? Like I gotta go to his box rec and see which was the last one, because it really looked to me, I'm like, he's always like circling that outside lane and keeping his foot on the outside at will, and people let him get away with it in his fights who are orthodox. But then when he like tried to circle and then like, oh shit, there's Edwin Del Santos power shot coming through. He was looking like he was just confused. Like every time he tried to escape to the outside, there was Edwin trying to like jump in. Not that he landed much shit, because like I said, there wasn't that much action. But I think the fact that Edwin was there to meet him, I saw these weird like I never seen the facial expressions I saw him make during that fight. I ain't seen from regular fighters. I ain't seen from prospects, contenders. Definitely ain't seen that from Floyd, Andre Ward, or Terrence Crawford. Like these panic faces jumping out and shit like
But
that.
it
So
may
it's just
feel like it's
yeah,
your
man. It's
time,
just weird to me, bro.
but it's
You
not
gotta
your
go back
time.
to the drawing board. Thanks, God.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Kerry G in the building. Uh, JB, what up?
Yes, I mean, y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
Y'all
sir.
hear
hear
me?
you. I hear you.
All right, cool, man. I'm gonna keep it quick, man. Hey, man, do y'all think ESPN overinvested into the wrong silver medalist, man? Because I know a silver medalist that they have over there, man, that would probably give us much more entertaining fights, man. And if he keeps on developing more, man, he's more likely to be a better pay-per-view star than the one that we saw on Thursday night.
Who you talking
I
about,
mean,
Keyshawn?
talking about Keyshawn, you got to think about it,
He
man.
got he
Keyshawn
got the
could be a brand,
personality.
got the personality. He could be a brand ambassador for Hardin. You know, I mean, shit. You know, he got the whole DMV area. I mean, I really think they might need to go ahead and refocus, man, and look at it, man. Because Keyshawn's really a more a man of people. Where Shakur, he's such a bully online. Like, look, man, he bullied Devin at the party, sending them the bottles, man. He bullied Devin, goddamn, talking all that shit online. He even bullied them innocent victims and shit like that at the gas station. The last time he actually stepped on some shit for real. You know what I'm saying? The gas station brawl. But all that being said, man, Shakur's not exciting in the ring, man. Might need to go ahead and refocus, man. Maybe push Keyshawn on the ESPN side. Other than that, man, Keyshawn ain't getting that team fight ever, man. With that performance, don't be surprised if Frank Martin moves to the head of the line, especially with him going the WBA route. And that's my call, man.
Appreciate you, JB. Appreciate you for rocking out every show. We got Malcolm. What up?
Yo, you hear me?
Perfect.
Listen, I love Shakur, but that fight, yeah, horrible. That shit was complete ass. As soon as it hit like the ninth round, I turned that shit off. Niggas was telling me not to watch it, that it was boring. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna tune in. I'm gonna just see if y'all just being biased or not. But that shit was horrible. Going forward, I want to see him fight another 135er. You feel me? I'm not gonna write him off. I think that's the problem with this sport. Somebody has a bad performance, you know, it's always, what have you done for me lately? If he, let's just say his next fight, he do good, nobody's going to be talking about this, you know? So I'm really curious on how he performs against someone else. And also, if everybody's bigger, that might be the issue because everybody at 130 is just smaller. So he's able to just stand there in the pocket and do whatever he wants to do. Personally, also, because y'all brought up Tank earlier with that I said that I guess Calvin dictates who he fights or if he has a pull. I think to an extent, I've read somewhere online that he wants Tank to fight Cruz, and then he just said that he doesn't want to have that fight next. I don't know where exactly I've seen it, but it was like in some kind of quote. So I think it's to an extent, you know. But I still feel, I still feel like Shakur beats Devin and beats Tank. Like I'm still gonna keep my word on that. I'm not gonna write him off, but I just think that performance was fucking horrible. And if he's hurt, you feel me? If you're really hurt, don't delete a tweet. You should have just said it after you won. It's not like you lost. You should have just said, "Oh, I fucked up my shoulder or I fucked up my hand." That's it. But to just say no excuses and then make a bunch of excuses is fucking stupid. You pop all this shit online, and then you just pull that bullshit. And there's no reason I should be turning off a 12-round fight after the 8th round. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, how do you think ESPN felt about that comment, right? Because we see Jim Gray get involved when Tank says Glock. We see who the fuck was that from HBO get involved when Broner said African, Mexican. What does ESPN in your mind believe about if you don't like it, don't watch it?
I feel like they're in a tricky position because they're probably going to still want to sign him. Like, they're trying to push him, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to want to sign him. But it's not like he said anything too crazy. He's just saying if you don't like it, don't watch it. That's it. He's always running his mouth on Twitter. He said worse shit. So until he says something that's, like, homophobic or racist, they're not going to really just wild out. And I'm pretty sure Bob wants to re-sign him.
All
You feel
right.
me? So that's really all I got to say.
You the champ. Appreciate you calling in. I mean, what about you? What do you think about that whole "you don't like it, don't watch it"? Before you even say that, actually say that first and remind me to show you this quote.
Everybody says that, man, and that's a to me, it's the temperament of somebody that they don't like criticism.
You may
Same
feel like
way
it's your
you
time,
don't
but
appreciate
it's
that
not your time.
power. You know what I'm saying? You don't like the criticism, but you know what I mean. You got to be able to stand in the pocket with both the criticism and at times with the punches in order to prove your toughness mentally and physically.
I got this quote here. Let's see where'd he go. Bam, bam, bam. Shrink down, back up, and go here. Delos Santos, a good fighter. Shakur Stevenson told a group of reporters after his win. He was just being more so. Y'all act like I'm being scared. He was being scared than the motherfucker too. It's all good. So my thing is, so you were scared. Cause he says, y'all act like I was being scared. He was being scared than a motherfucker too. Two. What you think about that? How do you interpret that sentence? Could I be misinterpreting it because I'm on some hater shit, or did he really
Now,
did he
I
really
mean,
express that he was scared?
listen, the word scared and scared too.
I mean, he used both of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What other way do you interpret it? Now, here's what I will say. Scared as a motherfucker too. I just said Shakur don't like. Now again, it's a difference between a fighter that don't like taking punches. Like you said, some fighters be like, yo, I gotta get this guy up out of here, or I'm gonna go to his body. I'm gonna do something. Shakur does not like to get hit. So if he uses fear as a way to motivate himself from avoiding shots, then that's his game, man. That's his game. Scared as a motherfucker too. Those are not my words, man. Those are his words. But you know, maybe he saw something. Maybe him and Dos Santos was looking at each other, and I'm scared too. They both were scared.
Jordan, the most hated.
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yes.
So first of all, bro, I want to say what a great performance by Shakur Stevenson, the best fighter in the world. That was a great defensive performance. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was like a masterful defensive performance. And I don't give a fuck when nobody say fuck you in chat. I talking shit about Shakur Stevenson, and in the 5 years he's gonna be the number one pound fighter in the world. What he got to do right now, he gotta fall in love with the rule. He got to be the villain now, because nobody gonna pay to watch him win. They gonna pay to see him lose. So he got to talk his shit now. Right now, he got to go on Instagram Live, go on podcasts, and be like, yeah, I'm him. I'm the best in the world. So he can get these haters. And guess what? Just like Floyd, they paid to see Floyd lose, not to win. So he got to fall in love with that rule. He got to be the evil villain. And yeah, though, like I said, Shakur's the best fighter in the world.
But Jordan, let me
Whatever.
ask you. Like you heard, I don't know when you jumped on, but I played audio of Calvin Ford literally saying, "Don't nobody want to fight that shit." So like, how do you get motherfuckers? Like, yeah, you could get the dudes top rank gonna give you, but like, how you get the Frank Martins, the Tanks, the Devins, the big fights? If you know what I'm saying, you got that style that people looking at as, you know what I mean, unappealing.
I mean, they can't keep ducking him. He got 2 mandatories with the WBC, so you never know who they fight. I mean,
Yeah, but remember them same
be like,
dudes, in the rankings already ducked him. Isaac already said no. William Cepeda already said no. Like the
yeah, but
only
Isaac ducked him for a tank fight. So
yeah, that he still ain't get. So that's what I'm saying. They gonna call him again, and he's still gonna say no because he waiting for his tank fight. The only dude that's gonna take it, in my opinion, I don't know what you think, is Jermaine Ortiz. He's like number 7 on the rankings, but Vasil already said no. Plus he got Lomachenko. I mean, he got Kambosos. But go ahead, my bad.
Why the fuck will Lomachenko fight right when he fighting Campbell's for a vacant? Because for me, I mean, if Loma, I feel like Loma gonna whoop the shit out of Kambosos. He can unify with Shakur. That's gonna be a great fight. But like I said, Shakur is gonna be the best fighter in the next 5 years. I'm gonna fuck with nobody said y'all haters in chat. Fuck y'all. Yeah, I said it. Fuck everybody in chat. Fuck everybody in there. And listen, in the backcourt, they ban me again. Yo, Ness, why they keep banning me, bro? I can't even talk my piece back there without they keep banning me, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, yo, listen. Yo, I want my free call too. Hold up. I just want to make shout outs real quick. I want to say
Feel
fuck
like it's your
Canada.
time, but it's not your
I
time.
want to say fuck Canada. Fuck Bougie from the Broward. Fuck Coach Mid. Fuck that legend. Fuck Dre. Fuck around and find out. Fuck Hardcore Dub. Fuck Kingborn. Fuck Venom. And fuck Hoover. And fuck CYP. And fuck Trees. And fuck Fats. And fuck Jay Benitez.
Bruh.
Info Joe, you cool.
But why? So then,
But
why
yeah,
you
though,
even
bro.
want to be back there if it's like that with
Yo,
all
bro.
of them dudes?
Nah. But listen, I came back there on some chill shit, bro. Like trying to talk boxing with the fight, and they said something to me first. So of course I'm gonna say something back. I came over there chilling, bro. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like I said, Shakur Stevenson is the best fighter in the world today. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. He gonna beat the shit out of Jermaine Ortiz. He gonna beat the shit out of Devin Haney. He gonna beat the shit out of Tank Davis. He gonna beat the shit out of Ryan Garcia. He gonna beat the shit out of Teofimo Lopez when he moved to 140. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. And Sabir Matiz is the best 140 pounder in the world. And motherfuckers better not fight Sabir. I'm telling you, he's a dog. We gonna see. But yeah, that's my call.
All right, Jordan, man. It's early, champ. Don't be so mad, bro.
Nah, listen, he made. I'm on that Matthias, you know what I mean, line too. But but he's making the point that I made as well too. You can still like Shakur as a fighter. You can dislike his persona on social media as Jay Benitez does. You know what I'm saying? You can dislike this performance. You don't gotta package it all into one. I don't think. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you have to dislike him because you dislike the performance. You know what I mean? Like if because I'm still going to tune in. It's still Brick City. If he in the Prudential Center next, guess what? I'm still there. You know what I'm saying? So all that is still happening for me. I still rate him very highly. I still would like to see him and Andy Cruz showdown one day because of that whole Olympic pedigree. I still think he'll have a different style of fight should he fight Lomo, Haney, and those other guys. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's allowed to say they did not like this fight or they thought it was a shit fight. People are entitled to their opinion. And so is Calvin Ford, because that's how this popped off. Calvin Ford and Tank Davis, they are entitled. Now, people may disagree with that and call it something else. They'll call it ducking. But they are entitled, if in fact it is their opinion, to say, yo, we don't want to fight that kind of fight. We'd rather fight a pit bull because we know people are going to show up in Atlanta or they're going to show up in LA to come and see me fight a pit bull Cruz, you know? They're entitled to their opinion. Everyone is.
I never read this. He said counterpunch for Kerry Griff. Also, first time using Twitter, so bear with me trying to get my mic. No worries, champ. Julio Guzman, $5 super chat says, can't believe Shakur doesn't get credit for out blinking De Los Santos. Bro, y'all tripping. Matt Bent, $102 super chat says, Daily Dose of Tanquil. Trainer was fighting sleep watching the fight. Yes, and that's on the video that we showed that the Rise podcast put out of Calvin Ford watching the fight. And Kerry G sent that second counterpunch, which we got you. Chickarelli with the $20 super chat. Drop a bomb for the dub. Watching Shakur since the Olympics and thought he was the future of boxing, but when you give a lackluster performance like this and then you give the fans shit afterwards, tells me you still have a lot to learn about the sport. And just grow. Because if you don't understand that the fans are important and you telling them not to fight, I think. And look, it may go down as nothing, but that isn't the right mentality. Jordan in the 904 says, "Yo, I sent 2 counter punches 2 days ago, bro. Can I get it?" Malcolm, $5. That bad performance is a blessing. Vulnerability leads to fighters wanting to fight you. Tank should get him now and before he acclimated to the weight. 100, 100 emoji. See, but the thing with that is, his trainer just said that ain't what they want. Let me see if it's right around the same time and I can play it again. But he literally said that, you know.
Yeah, man. A lot of people got opinions about the.
I'm gonna get fast with the what?
And that's where he says, "I'm gonna give fans what they want," and he starts to, do the back step like Shakur with his hands in his pocket.
These fights right here, this fight right here, better than that fight.
And you hear that person saying, "This fight right here is better than that fight," and what he means is the coach fighting his sleep. You see his neck, but it's too long. I would have to refresh. Let me refresh and see if we could get to it any quicker.
One punch.
Yeah, it's gonna take a few seconds here, so bear with us, because here he's talking about they gotta say Tank name. Then a little fluff goes by, and
Wait, you gotta put your hands up. You gotta put your hands up.
So right there, he says 8 rounds of this shit, and he starts again shuffling around the floor. And then the other trainer says, "Nah, coach, you gotta put your hands up." And then he mocks Shakur a little bit more.
8 fucking rounds, man. Come on, nigga.
He said, 8 fucking rounds, man. Come on.
Okay, tag work.
Pay attention.
Now, Santos, you're not even no regular doing
I can't catch the motherfucker. So do I want to fight a fight like that?
I can't catch the motherfucker. Do I want to fight a fight like that? So I don't think this Shakur gonna be receiving no offers in any hurry after that performance. Kerry G right back at us with another $5. That's the third super chat. He says, "Laugh out loud. Edwin, to me, wasn't scared. I think halfway through the fight, the openings he saw early were gone, and he didn't know how to approach anymore." And what he means by scared is the quote that we screen shared, and I'll do that again for anybody that wasn't tuned in. Shakur says, and I quote, "De Los Santos a good fighter. He was just being more so. Y'all act like I was being scared. He was being scared than a motherfucker too. It's all good." So admitting.
Now look.
Go ahead.
When you say that, now I thought about it. Cautious. If we're gonna play semantics, cautious.
I mean, but he didn't use the word cautious. He chose to use the
I
word
know.
scared.
He did use the word scared. But when you read it, when he said, when he was trying to say with this, because I don't think he was saying Dos Santos was scared. I think he was trying to say they were both being a bit cautious or hesitant. I could be wrong, but scared is like, I think it's just off the cuff. He like, yo, if you're going to say that I was being scared, then you got to say he was being scared too. Now, I don't know if I'm project, but when I listen to you read it again, it sounds like, yo, if y'all going to say that I was being scared, then you got to say he was being scared too then.
We got Kerry G on his 4th super chat. Still a fan of this kid. No. Still a fan of his kind of, but gonna take 2 to 3 good fights for me to pay-per-view. And yes, that's 2 is kind of admitting scary energy. Exactly. Malcolm, $2. Matias losing to Hershigev. Call on crack. We got Boston Jarrett on that champ level, $5. Where was Calvin Ford after the Yoshino fight? What was his reaction to that? I mean, nobody knew Yoshino, so he probably didn't tune in, right? Papa Doc, $2. Jordan going to cry in the car. Bro, mad emotional. Julio Guzman, I'm giving Shakur a pass. A bad night. Just hope it doesn't become a trend. He needs to fight again soon to increase his value when negotiating. I mean, there is a trend. Somebody DM me and said, bro, not only the Valdez and Nakatilia fight, but they even said the Joette fight. I mean, I only watch fights once unless I gotta go back and watch them. So I don't know. But I'm putting it out there. What did you think his style looked like in the Joette Gonzalez fight, the Jeremiah Nakatilia fight, and the Valdez fight? When he faces a puncher, I feel like he fights in a different manner.
Nah, for sure. But one thing before I get up out of here, let me point out another trend, right? And somebody mentioned it a few times. You said it yourself, that vulnerability, right? Regis fought a terrible fight by most against Soria, right? And he landed pretty well. So maybe we shouldn't be so down on Shakur's prospects on landing a good fight. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But we'll see, man. Listen, I'm about to jump over to IG and do some things over there.
You
And I
got it,
gotta
champ.
I gotta catch this UK action. You doing a fight chat later?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right.
All right.
Well, we'll see, man. But listen, I'm on Instagram, King Amin of Essex1, Twitter, King Amin of Essex1, YouTube, the championship rounds. And I don't know. I may be back for the live fight chat. If not, Ness, you know how to find me, champ. I'll be back, champ.
Appreciate you, man. There you have it, King Amin in Essex. But we got a little treat, man. We got a little treat, man. Hopefully he is trying to jump on now. Y'all gonna like this interview. Some of y'all hardcores. Fats, what up?
Yo.
What up?
What up, my nigga? What up? Damn, I just missed and shit. Yeah, bro, I don't like that. You got called now?
I just did. That's Brian Norman Sr. Give me a sec. I'll come right back
go
to
ahead.
you. Coach, what's going on?
Man, what's up, man? What's up, Nez? I sure appreciate you, man. How you doing, man? Everything good?
I'm good. And yourself?
Man, I'm doing all right, man. I'm happy. I'm very proud of my son, and I'm happy for his victory or whatever else, but I had no clue the shit that was brewing outside of that. You know what I'm saying? I had no clue about that until,
What
like...
you mean, what was brewing? What you mean, what was brewing in terms of the audio?
So, yeah, I had no fucking clue. Like, that shit was... I had no clue. Matter of fact, get out of here, because I can't talk like this around my daughter. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. My bad. 2 seconds.
So for those that don't know, we are joined by Brian Norman. I put Junior. Oh my God, this is Senior, and this is the father of Junior, who just got the win over Quentin Randall on ESPN in a very tough fight. I feel super proud. I picked you. I did it behind the paywall, obviously, because I got a betting show, but my whole team know we made money. We knew it. I picked Norman Jr. by decision, too. So I picked it to a T, man. But I'm going to be honest with you, before we get into the audio, I didn't like a lot of the work, bro. It's like he smothered. He would cut the distance with a good power double jab or even just his feet, but then he would get close, put his head on the chest, and then hold. Like, he wouldn't do no inside work, no body work. I don't know what was up. What was up, though, Coach? Why no body work? Why no inside work? Why was he clinching so much? That shit was not appealing.
Ness.
I hear you.
Can you hear me, Ness?
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's like you on my phone, so I can't hear you good. So let me talk, and then I'm happy.
You don't have headphones?
Not on me, not where I'm at. It was on in the truck, but when I switched, listen, when it was on in the truck, but when I got out, it tripped. All right, so listen, just hear me out, then I'm gonna have to put my phone to the ear. So this is what happened. This was the whole plan, bro. It was like the perfect moment. Everything was perfect. We discussed it. We talked about it. I believe Quentin Randall was the perfect opponent. I mean, it was perfect. You know what I'm saying? He was respected by other boxers, he was respected by other fighters. So, the people who had that shit to talk about his opponents and his previous records and being padded and this and that, even the ones who act like they don't understand boxing and how it goes and how fighters are built, with him being starting at 17, you know what I mean? But they was just giving him so much flack. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, this is the perfect opponent for him to show his real skills. So this was the plan. I can tell you the whole plan from the start. And if you listen, it makes all the sense in the world. So we know that Quentin Round is a little longer than my son, right? He likes all he does is like to keep the distance. He like to jump out. He doesn't like to fight. Repeat that. He doesn't like to fight. He likes to slow his opponents down. He's very accurate, in the sense where he slows them down and get them following whatever it is he's doing and worried about what he does. I think he times them well, and that's what makes him slow down. So, what the plan was outside of that, and mind you, we discussed this like over and over and over. So, me and him had a mental connect, even if when we looking in the ring, like we knew what was up. So, the whole idea was to use his feet, feint, and use the jab, period. Use the jab, period, to keep that range. He was doing good first when he busted him up and he busted his nose in like round 2 or 3. Quentin started holding excessively more, made it more of an ugly fight. I was telling my son to use his jab to keep the distance. You understand what I'm saying? He kept jumping in with his body. He was lunging in with his body. It was really unnecessary for him to lunge in the way he was, because I asked him, does Quentin hit hard? No, he didn't have power. He didn't have the power. So, okay, why are you lunging in like you're trying to hurry up and rush to get to him? You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to take something to get some, come in the right way. And like I said, use a jab as a range, get the way you need to be, and go to work. Like I said, Quentin would pull him in. He would throw in the bullshit to the body like we had seen. Like I said, we studied this shit over and over. We had seen some of his previous opponents, throwing the bullshit weak ass punches to the body. My son he didn't get any, like I heard you say some of my inside work. He didn't get any of his real body work or inside work off. None of it. Like, to me, still, even though he beat him, and he beat him all 10 rounds pretty much, it was still so unsatisfying because I know the capabilities that my son have. You know what I mean? So let me skip forward, because this has been on my brain since it happened, and since I found out the audio that y'all got that y'all did, and what you didn't get. So this has been on my brain ever since it fucking happened, when y'all got to go out there and figure it out. What it was you need to go out there and figure out what you're going to do. I've already told him what to do. You're not listening to me. You understand what I'm saying? He has several different styles. He has several different ways. You know what I mean? So look, you need to go out there and figure out what you're going to do. We was trying to get him out of there. I knew he was winning. That's why I was like, you winning every round. Like, but you need to figure out what you're going to do. That's pretty much where that was coming from. That wasn't go out there and figure him out. He already had him figured out for the most part. He wasn't doing what he needed to do with his jab and keeping the distance and going in and getting good quality inside work, which even though Quentin was holding, I don't think he was holding to the point where he couldn't have got that quality work, because there was moments where, let me show you, where Quentin would like just put his hands up. I don't know if you can see me. He would just put his hands
Yeah,
up.
yeah, we can see you. We can see
Yeah,
you.
he would just put his hands up and he would stay. I mean, he was squared up. It was, I mean, those times, oh, you got to take advantage of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
again, no excuses for nothing. Everything was all good. I'm happy with the victory. I'm satisfied with the victory. I'm not satisfied with the lack of respect that he's still getting from it. But I did, Pete. I thought he would have got he did not get respect, because I think people saw that he was trying to press the fight. He was trying to fight the whole time. I appreciate that. I appreciate that people could see that he's not a 1 or 2 round fighter. Like, that's what they were saying before. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to silence all the naysayers. You get what I'm saying? But it's only one more naysayer I need to get out of there, is that he really is a real legit fighter. He really does have power in both hands. But Quentin was the awkward type fighter, and with the holding and all the, all of that going on, I guess it threw him off, and he couldn't get his rhythm together to get something clean off. You know what I mean? Well, for the most part, I'm happy with, I'm happy with the win. I'm happy with with the like I said, the 9 out of 10 rounds, however they want to say. I'm happy with all of that, but I'm just not happy with, I just like How y'all catch that bullshit audio? Like I got a whole different perspective on audio now. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know where it's coming from, or where or the place where it's coming from before. You just never know what was said and what was going on. You can even talk to my son. I can get him on for you too, and he'll explain to you everything. You know what I'm saying? But you got people. Oh, he need a new coach. He don't know shit. So I'm like, look, bro. He will whoop pretty much. This is pretty much. I'm not lying to you. He will whip pretty much any welterweight's ass. Any 154 ass. He will pretty much whoop any ass, and I will put him against them. You know what I'm saying? When the time is right or whatever else. But we definitely welcome to spar anybody. He's never shied down from anybody. You know about it. You heard about the sparring stores or whatever the case may be. I mean, he can go. The boy can go when he's in, especially when he's in 100% condition. He can go. And I mean, I welcome all of that. He got that way because of the guidance of his daddy. You know what I'm saying? I just hate all the bullshit that's coming behind that victory because it was supposed to be and meant to be such a big moment for him. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Now, obviously, you mentioned it. People are calling for a new trainer due to the fact that we got limited audio. Uh,
Right.
that being said, there is still a call for it. Do you think it would be right to bring someone in on the demand of the fans, or do you do that on your own time if you feel you need another look at your son?
Well, first of all, he does have another trainer. He does have I'm not alone in this. Second of all, they're saying that based on what they heard. What they heard was taken out of context of what was actually going on. As I just told you, I told him exactly what he needed to do. He wasn't doing what he needed to do. So I'm like, okay, if you keep going out round after round, okay, bro, you whooping him every round. You gonna win this fight. Like Quentin is not gonna come alive and do some extra shit. We knew what he was gonna do. I kept if you could hear me in the corner, like I was saying, bro, he was doing exactly what we said. We thought it was exactly what we thought. He was doing exactly what we thought he was going to do. It's just my son, and of course he's the one that's in there. We not in there. You know what I'm saying? You got the fed. You got, this is the biggest stage you've been on. The biggest pressure, whatever else. So I don't know if it was the anxiousness making him to jump in like that or whatever else, because he hasn't done it before in practice, but he doesn't typically train that way. I heard that I didn't even want to listen to the fight because I heard that Tim Bradley was so fucked up. He can kiss my ass, but I heard he was so fucked up. So I don't even want to. I didn't even watch the fight. You know what I'm saying? Based on what they told me was being said and everything else, because Quentin Rounder had a story, and these people was rooting for him. They know him personally. You know what I'm saying? So it was a whole bias situation anyway. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line, you had a 22-year-old kid in there with 25 fights. He's trying to create his own destiny. He's doing the best he can to his ability at that time with his young mind. Like I said, we had a plan. He wasn't able to stick to the plan, maybe due to, like I said, the pressure, whatever the case may be. Again, you can get this from my son. You know what I'm saying? A new trainer is out the question. He don't need a new fucking trainer. I've trained him from the rooter to the tutor, and he will whoop. And again, he will whoop anybody's ass, and I welcome any challenge as long as the challenge makes sense. We are the one that accepted that challenge from Quentin Rounder. Quentin Rounder called my son name. We didn't call Quentin Rounder name. We looked at Quentin Rounder. Okay, well, shit, cool. He ranked higher than my son for whatever reason. He was the Olympic captain. Okay, cool. That's a good quality opponent, and he's undefeated. So okay, my son doesn't have any undefeated people on his record. You know what I'm saying, that he's beat yet or whatever else, that the fighters and everybody respect. Well, shit, let's go take him out. And that's exactly what we did. We took him out, and he took him out fairly easily, because if Quentin had a box and fought like a man, and really, did what he said he was set out to do, and come in like he said he was gonna manhandle him. He said, I watched the interviews, he was gonna manhandle him, he was gonna beat him in every way, and so I'm thinking, well, shit, if he decided to do that, it's just gonna be a short night. But he didn't do that. He decided to survive. I mean, we can't do nothing about that. But the coaching is not the issue. My son was beaten. He beat him damn near every round. Every round that he's ever really fought, he's never really almost come close to getting beat. He's never been hurt in the ring. He's never almost been anything. So if it ain't broke, why the fuck would you fix it? You know what I'm saying? He didn't. He didn't. He
Coach,
didn't. He
you
didn't
gotta
reach no.
watch
He
it
didn't.
back.
He didn't.
I
Say it
said,
again.
I said, I said, you gotta watch it back because you got the win, but you guys are in the same situation as Shakur, where you got a win that the public isn't happy with, like in
I
terms of
agree.
performance.
I agree, but
And
again, a lot of that has something to do with Quentin Holden. A lot of it had to do with he's an awkward type fighter. Like I said, he got those long arms. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it was throwing off his his um his rhythm, which is fine and dandy. But hey, I mean, everybody has bad performances. I mean, look at the great boot. Look at Boots. Look at the great Boots. You know what I'm saying? They was talking shit about him and Karen or whatever. He came back and he fucking looked stellar the next time. He looked exactly like he should do the next time. So I mean, it happens. It's like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you just said with Shakur. Shit, his fight was worse than my son's fight. He didn't try to fight at all. My son was trying to fight. Shakur was not trying to fight. And I like Shakur. I'm a Shakur fan.
but you got to
You know what
get
I'm saying? De Los
him.
Santos came to fight. De Los Santos wanted all the smoke. Shakur did not come to fight. And again, I was rooting for Shakur, and I'm a Shakur fan. You know what I'm saying? But as a fan, like you just said, that's not a favorite type fighter. That's not what they want to see. My son is still on a level of where he still has a chance to go on. Give us the next opponent. We do it again, and it is what it is. He's not a pay-per-view fighter where he's trying to get sold and be the man. I mean, we're trying to work our way to get to that. So I'm not really worried about what they're saying about him on the undercard or the fans want to see. I mean, hell, he ain't headlining no car for them to come by it anyway right now. We're trying to work up to that. You get what I'm saying?
But
So it is what it is. It was just an awkward opponent.
But coach, you got to understand that by having explosive performances, you do become a headline faster.
Absolutely.
And what people
Yes,
wanted to see was adjustments.
I agree.
He had
Yes.
Quentin on the ropes a lot of times where if he would have done some Sean Porter angles, maybe cut an angle and then dig to the body, but he would just lean on Quentin and maul Quentin. It was more of a mauling there
So
than
So listen right there. Even what you just said, he didn't even need to do the Sean Porter angles and angle that. All he needed was his jab, his front hand for the distance. All he needed was that front hand from the range and quit, like you just said, smothering him, mauling him, and bodying him up. Those were not quality punches. That's what I was just saying to you. It's the exact same thing I just said. He wasn't giving quality, but he didn't give any quality body shot. I think it's up through. I think he landed one or two quality body shots. That's about it, and that was from a distance, I believe. But I didn't see like his inside work. It was not quality because he didn't do what he needed to do to get that range, and that's what I'm trying to tell you about the left hand. When I told him to jab, keep it out there, you know what I'm saying? Feint him, make Quentin react. But Quentin was falling all over the place. Quentin will fall all over the place sometimes when my son wasn't even near him. So I was trying to tell him, okay, look at this, look at what he's doing. Feint him, watch it, what he's doing. He was tired. He was tired from like round 3 or 4 all the way to the end. Quentin was.
Yeah, I mean, I will say 7 and 8. I believe it was round 7 and 8. Your son started to use a double jab, which he hadn't used in the whole fight, and that shit really
Kept
backed him
begging
up.
for it.
It
Kept
really,
begging for it.
yeah, it really backed him up. It really busted Quitting up. So
Yes,
I would just say I would love to see some more double jabs in the future, like you said, feints, all that would suit him.
that's what I'm telling you. I was begging for, but I wasn't getting. That's where you got the audio from. Like, you got to figure out what you're gonna do. Like you're not listening to me. When you saw those double jabs, that's what happened there. Also behind that, again, you talking about something. When he started doing it, he said his bicep was cramping up or whatever. I said, listen, we're here now. All the training, all the sacrifices. This is the major sacrifice. This is where it's at. We're not worried about the cramps in your left arm. I need you to work that thing out. You get what I'm saying? Like, I need you to use it. I need even if you're not pumping it, I just need you to at least extend it to get the range or feint him or put something in his face to get him out there to get the range so you can use your right hand. You get what I'm saying? In the other fight before previously, if you heard me in the corner, I said left hand. They come see it's crazy with this audio shit. They come and said something about the left hand. I got criticized something about that because all he was using was the left hand, but they didn't know his right hand. No, you heard his right hand with Amari when you saw it. Did you know that?
I ain't know he hurt his hand that far back.
That day. Yeah. He broke it. His hand was broken before that. His hand was broken before that. We went to Vegas, and then we went to Vegas the day with Amari. He hurt it was done again. That was the last day we sparred when you saw him with Amari. You saw him with Amari. So he broke that then before the last fight. You get what I'm saying? So, but I mean, again, To this time, he was in perfect shape. He was in perfect condition. He was in perfect health. His everything was absolutely set up and perfect. Nothing went wrong. Nothing went wrong. Nothing went wrong outside of the ring. Nothing went wrong in camp. Like it was perfection. It was meant was waiting to blow. But when he came out, he didn't use the jab. Like you said, I was begging. You just said 7, 8, or 9 when he came out with the double jab. That's what I was begging for from the beginning. I wanted the double jab, triple jab. I wanted him stepping him down, feinting with his feet. Feinting, making him react because he had Quentin reacting to him. The other prior opponents to Quentin was reacting to Quentin. That's what he tries to get you into. He wants to slow you down and make it a long. I watched every fight that I could watch. He had on the internet, and he was so fucking boring. I say he wants to make it a boring fight. You can go watch any fight you want. He's a boring fighter, period. And that ain't no disrespect to him. They just being a realist. Quentin Roundle is a boring fighter, period. He just all of those fights that he won, all of the ones that he won, they was like it was minimum punches, and it was just really a jab. It's really just a jab. You understand what I'm saying?
Coach, let me ask you, what do you think does he, first of all, did he re-injure the hand?
No, he was perfect.
Okay.
He's perfect now. He good. No,
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. It's perfect. He's perfect.
how soon do you want to get him back out there?
Well, he got cut. He got cut a couple of stitches or whatever. I guess we're gonna talk to top rank, talk to our managers or whatever, and see what's up. But I want to get him out there, due to the cut or whatever, let him get back on. But I definitely got to keep him in the gym because he was in tremendous shape, man. He was ready to go. He was ready to
What
go
month?
15.
What month would you want to see him
I,
in
would-
the
I would like
ring?
January. I wanted December next month, but he got cut. So I would like January.
January. What kind of opponent are you looking at? Any names, any level that you could throw out there to us so we could get kind of a gauge of what were you looking at?
Well, again, me personally, I don't make those kind of decisions. The Quentin Randall decision, I actually made, we actually made because he called us out. I looked at him. I knew he was in touch with Brad, from Top Rank, and I knew he had been asking for it, and I believe him. I think Brad thought that Quentin wasn't a good fight for B at the time. You know what I'm saying? I guess from their building, but I was like, I figured he was. So, I called for him and I put it out there and we both pushed it. Quentin pushed it on his end. We pushed on our end. So we actually made that fight happen outside of Top Rank. That wasn't even really a Top Rank really just didn't have a choice but to say, okay, he promised him this. And then we asked him for what he promised him. So, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't no filter between us. Before, I guess he said that he asked Brad and Brad told him he wasn't available and, whatever the case may be. But outside of this, being that, I don't know exactly where he's ranked, but of course on BoxRec, they got him ranked number 20 in the world. It ain't so many above that, you know what I'm saying? But sometimes they don't go above, sometimes they go around, meaning somewhere close to it in rankings, I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I welcome any fighter. I welcome any fighter. At 147, it ain't too many that I wouldn't put against him, you know what I'm saying? Like
I
I
got a
said, the
fighter.
stories are real, the stories.
I got a fighter I want to recommend, man. I think it's a safe fight from a power standpoint, but it's a dangerous fight from a boxing standpoint.
What you
It's a
got?
good fight, I think, to let us know where your son is. Michael
Thanks.
Fox. Michael Fox, the professor, Southpaw from Maryland. What's your thoughts?
I mean, my son does great with southpaws anyway. That's fine with me. I
Have
think.
you heard of
I
him?
think. Well, you know what? You know what? Scratch that. Scratch that. Scratch that. Scratch that. Scratch that. I don't want him to fight a southpaw next because that they still he does do good against southpaws, but they do tend to. Some of them tend to create an awkward ass fight. You know what I'm saying? We can't get clean shit in or whatever. Else. So, well, what I want is him to look good. I want him to look like him. So, with a southpaw, you kind of got to be strategic. You kind of got to be strategic on how you get in. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the left hand in front of you. I mean, I'm sorry, you got that right hand in front of you. So you got to be strategic of how you getting in and how you coming around. And so I personally would prefer a orthodox fighter, but he does do very well with southpaw fighters. Yeah, I don't think he's never lost
What
to a southpaw
about what
in
about
amateurs or nothing.
what about this guy? He hasn't fought since June of 2022, he had 2 fights fall out with Matchroom as a B-side to Matchroom Fighters. His name is Peter Dobson. He's
We
from the
tried.
Bronx.
Peter Dobson. Peter Dobson was supposed to come help us out. He was supposed to come to Philadelphia when we was up there. With, we know we was at, Bose is my go-to when we getting ready. But that's it. So when we was up there at Bose, the manager tried to get Peter Dobson to come up there. I'm not sure what happened, but we would love that fight. I don't think he'll take it though.
You don't think he'll take it?
No.
Nah, he'll take it because like I said, he ain't fought since
Well,
last year.
I damn sure throw the name out there. I don't think
And
he'll take
and,
it
and,
though.
and and 2 of his fights got canceled. I got one more for you. He's coming off a loss on Matchroom, the Zone. He's from Florida, but damn, he's a southpaw. Never mind. That was
Right.
Harold Calderon.
I like the Peter Dobson. I like that. I mean, like I said, we welcome anybody. I welcome Southpaws too. It's just for the performance he just had, and with the type of hesitation you have to have. You don't have to have that same. You have to have a hesitation type, methodical type thing to get in on the Southpaw and work it like you want to work it. You know what I'm saying? When it's a right-handed fight, shit, you can really make them work. You really can make them. You know what I'm saying? It's like almost you got to do this. Unless they run. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, if you standing toe to toe, you can make them work. You know what I'm saying?
I got some questions here from the people, and I'm gonna text you those box recs in case you wanna, further
Okay.
look at them. Let's see here. Didn't I post it? I thought I posted it. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Give me 2 seconds.
No worries. Do you? I don't know what happened. I could have sworn I posted this.
All right, I'm back.
All right. All right. So I do have one here on YouTube members. We got James Benitez says, Coach, I'm originally from the A. I want I guess he meant to say your son and Najee Lopez names to be remembered like Vernon Forrest and Holyfield. You got to step it
Right.
up. Y'all got 25 fights. Josh Taylor, Anstante Young, Rocha got to be next. Also, drinks on me. Y'all keep repointing the city. I guess he meant repping the city, but he's driving.
Right. All right. So what my man said about the Najee situation, oh hell yeah, Najee on his way to repping the city. He represented well anyway. So he on his way, for his name to be, his name is already ringing. He on his way. As far as my son and stepping it up in the 25 fights, again, I don't know if y'all know the history. My son went professional as soon as he turned 17 years old. He turns 23 on the 23rd next week. He turns 23 on Thanksgiving. He was born on Thanksgiving. He turned 20. So when he was signed November 2017. His first fight was January 2018. He was literally not even 2 months. 2 months into 20. I'm sorry, 2 months into 17 when he started as a professional fighter. So of course you don't take that type of fighter and rush him, and he's not being moved the same as some of these guys on the other top ranked card that was already 18, 19, where they could have fought in the U.S. and they can move them that way. He wasn't moved that way. His manager at the time, which was Cameron Duncan. It's crazy. I actually told my son that the night after the fight. I said them 25. I said them fights that you had in Mexico. That should help. That should hurt you. It didn't help you. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Explain why you
Because
think
people
it.
because when you let's say you take this, I'm looking at it from a top rank standpoint. So with top rank getting him, he already got I think 20. Top rank got him 3 fights. He already had that's 26. He already had 23 fights. So he already had 23 fights when top rank got him. Top rank can't do much more building on that. You get what I'm saying? Like they want to start him from a certain level. They didn't even approach him the same as they do like Bruce Carrington, as they did Jaheed Tucker, as they did what's his name? What's my boy who named the bad motherfucker? The Mason brothers, Abdullah.
Yeah,
They didn't
because
even approach it.
is that because they assume the level of experience due to the number of fights, correct?
Exactly. Right. Right. So you know what I'm saying? With them guys, they can get them. These guys are getting people with records close to their records. 2-0, 3-0, whatever. When they started. My son, of course, his first fight. You know what I'm saying? Like with, like say Perez, the last one who just went with Rocha. He was like 23 and something. He had 25, 26 fights himself. You know what I mean? The guy before that had 14 fights or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So he can't fight the same level. You can't do that. He can't fight the same level of opposition.
Yep.
So that's why I told him, I was like, after the fight, like, bro, that shit really hurt you. You know what I'm saying? I understood what Cameron was trying to do. It makes sense. Everybody does the same thing, but, people seeing through that shit now. You know what I'm saying? Some people get a pass on that shit and some people don't. You know what I'm saying? I think the ones that get a pass on that shit is when they come out of the shit they was in and dominate on the next level. When they come out of the shit that they in and dominate on the next level, then, oh, this shit is real. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe, and like I said, there's no excuses. He knows, and he don't hold nothing against nobody. He understands that he understands that his performances at this time is what's holding him back right now. So he understands that, you know what I'm saying? Could it be just, I don't know, could it just be timing? Could it just be, God works in mysterious ways? When it's your time, it's your time. I don't know. But again, everybody knows, anybody asks who's seen him in the gym, whatever, I don't give a fuck what level of fight you can put him against. I mean, he gonna kick, he kick ass. He a bad boy. You know what I'm saying?
I
Especially
got
with
a
people.
couple more for you, Coach. I
Yeah,
got Malcolm from New York. How many more fights do you feel Junior can make at welterweight?
he good at welterweight. He good for a while. He good.
All right, we got.
Well, the weight, there was nothing, bro. He didn't do anything to lose weight. He walks around. That's what was killing me when people talking about how big he was over Tank, talking about 2 weight classes up. I was like, they don't know. Tank was fucking 160, 155. It was like the same weight when he sparred Tank. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, my son don't walk around big at all. The biggest he ever walk around ever is 165, 162. Outside of that, like he knew he had the fight coming up, he had been walking around at 158. And then maybe as in a couple of weeks ago, he'll wake up every week. He checks his weight when he wake up. He'll wake up every day about 154, 155. So he walks around 154, 155. When we got to Vegas on Monday, he was 155 or 4. Tuesday, it was nothing to make weight. So he had welterweight for a minute. He ain't got no problem making weight right now.
All right, we got Kid Fire. Shout out to Team Norman. Keep grinding, B. Been a
That's
killer.
my boy. That's my boy. Yeah, that's my boy.
He says,
So I
I've
said, what's
seen
up?
it with my own eyes.
Yeah, that's my boy, man. Yeah, that's what
Let
I'm
me see.
saying. I just need the world to see it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why the fuck we can't just, get the perfect opponent, perfect time. Like, it's all good though, man. It's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. It gotta happen. I just need to keep the outside shit out of his way. And like I said, he came to push the fight, man. He came to press the fight. I think this was perfect, man. He had the guy talking shit. If he'd came with the attitude that he had in the fucking press conferences and all of that shit in the fight, bro, we'd have been, come on, man. We'd be having a whole different conversation right now. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
But that ain't what we got, man. Some people I think he felt this power and he wanted to survive. My son has a very good jab. The jab is what busted him up, I think, round 2 or 3. He has a very good jab. When he got a heavy jab. And when he throws a heavy jab, that's why he just wanted to hold and just really wanted to survive. And later on I started seeing, like, okay, let me try to pick it up and try to steal some of these bullshit rounds with that bullshit he was doing in there. You know what I'm saying?
Coach, so they only have 2 welterweights on Top Rank. Your son
Yeah, I know.
and Giovanni Stantiyoung.
That's
Have they offered
Santillion, yeah.
have they offered him to you? And have they asked you how many more fights you need before you get him?
No, absolutely not. They haven't offered him to us. Santillion, he's like, what, 27, 28 years old? How old is he?
He's got 31 fights, 16 by knockouts. He's 31 years old from San Diego, California.
Yeah, they haven't. Me and my son was talking about the night of the fight. Also, we was thinking the same thing, and I told him if they brought that up, I think if anything, like if he was still where he is right now, and he coming off a win, if they brought that up, then he fooled. If they brought up for him to fight Santillion right now, then they will be treating him as fool, and he will be the B side. it would be on purpose because no matter what, I mean, business is business, and that mean they would feel like they have no more use for them, and they just serving them up, or they would be trying to serve them up. Now, do I think Santilli can beat my son? Hell no. I think my son will whoop his ass. Matter of fact, I know he'll whoop his ass, but it's a whole nother story. I wouldn't take it because I know I would know they're serving them up as food, so I know shit won't be on our side. It won't be in our favor at all. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't accept it right now. No.
For sure. Well, Coach, man, that's all my questions. I want to thank you, obviously, for jumping on and
And I
choosing us.
appreciate you.
Nah, man, I
Yeah.
appreciate you choosing us to, air it out and let everybody know that the audio that was played on Top Rank
It's
obviously was
bullshit.
edited
Yes.
and it was not the
Yes.
full audio. And we appreciate
Right.
you clearing that up. If you want to just talk about that one more time for anybody just jumping on and let everyone know what you said before what was heard, because obviously you said something before what we got to hear.
Okay, so what I was saying before was I was pretty much begging him and pleading him, which you saw the jab when he finally came out with it. I was begging him and pleading him, use the jab, get the distance, 'cause that's really all he needed. Like you said, all he needed was the jab and the distance, because it was times that Quentin Round was laying on the ropes. It was times that, I mean, all he had to do was fucking put his hand out. You know what I'm saying? Get the distance and go to work. You know what I mean? But again, that's not taking nothing from him. It's just, it could have been the pressure. I don't know what it was. It could have been anything, but he wasn't doing what I was asking him to do. So from a father-son standpoint, we've had situations in the gym. Like I said, it's a communication type thing. And that's our communication. So it really called father-son communication, where you tell your son, hey, look, son, you got to figure it out. Like, you got to figure out what you're going to do, bro. You know what I'm saying? My son he's very talented, man. He's very talented. We train to do everything. He can box inside. He can box outside. He can do it all. We make sure that just in case you get in a fight like that and you're ready, and you have to figure it out. So I'm like, look, you're not listening to me. You need to figure it out. That's what that was about. That's all that was about. So it was nothing more, nothing less. You know what I'm saying? He didn't take it as my dad leaving me out here. He didn't take it as my dad leaving me out here to dry. None of that shit. It was just bullshit. It was just. I had no clue, bro. I had no clue that was coming to, like, I think I started getting texts that night, and then, like, the next day, I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, later the next day, yesterday, I was like, what? I had no clue, bro. I had no clue. So then I asked somebody what was said. Emotions. I left out one. I told him to use his emotions inside. Let me explain that. That was a father-son situation too. My son is a very, very emotional person, right? He's a very emotional person. He gets angry. He uses the anger, like, he walk around like a fucking pit bull off the chain in the back, you know what I'm saying, in the room, whatever. But that shit drains you. That shit drains you. And I was explaining to him, I always explain to him, but you don't have to do that. This is what you do. This is your fucking job. You don't have to get angry to fight. You know what I'm saying? So I said, listen to me. Do me a favor. This is what I said. Do me a favor. Take that. I said, take that away. This in the back. Take that away. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that, because he back there huffing and puffing and everything. I'm like, get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's draining. That's energy draining. You need all that energy for the ring. What I want you to do, I said, I tell you what. If you're in the ring and you feel a need that you need something to push yourself, get emotional in the ring. That's what the fuck that was about. You feel what I'm saying? I said, if you feel like you're in the ring, you need to get emotional. You need something to drive you further to fight harder. Get emotional in the ring. That's why the fuck I say use your emotion. So when I heard that, bro, it was like, you say use your emotion. I'm like, these niggas, man. It was all bad, bro. But that's what that was about, man. He's very emotional. Um, he tends to go in that, and it does make you tired. I don't know if you ever been in anything where you're emotional and you just being mad at something. All of a sudden, you sitting there breathing hard as hell, and you ain't did a goddamn thing. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I told him to get rid of that, man, and I told him to use the emotion in the ring. That's right after I told him figure it out. So I'm like, I'm just giving him some, I'm just giving him something from a father standpoint, like, bro, give me something. Because I wanted him to get him out of there. Give me, you're not doing what I said. You're not, bro, get him out of there. Figure it out. Do something. That's what the emotional part was. Use your emotions part come from.
Nah, we got you, Coach, man. We do appreciate you. You want to give out your social media for anybody that isn't following you can follow you?
Man, let me give out my son's social media. Official B. Norman. Official B. Norman. Brian Norman Jr., man. He the future, man. He on his way. He 22 years old. They got him ranked number 20. 25 and 0, supposed to be 26 and 0 with supposed to be 20 knockouts, but he got 19 knockouts, man. Hey, man, it's just a stepping stone. Shit happens. I've seen worse happen to other people, whatever. I just wanted to clear the confusion and all of that coach talking this and that. Y'all don't even understand. Y'all don't. I mean, not y'all, but people don't even understand. They don't even get how much I molded his whole brain to do anything that he does. So people who get where they are and change trainers after being so successful is baffling to me because I'm like, now if you get to a level that you can't take, my son is not at a level that he can't take. He's not at a level that he can't win. He's never almost been beaten. He's never been outskilled. He's never been outmatched. He's never been out nothing. So why would you need a new trainer for something you never even almost experienced yet? So I'm still trying to understand that. You know what I'm saying? He just fought the Olympic captain, the Olympic team captain, and he whooped his ass 10 rounds. The Olympic team captain, the one that's fought all, that supposedly has all this experience, all this international experience he talked about. If you watch the interviews, you'll know he talked about all this international experience. He had no answers for Brian Norman Jr. He had zero answers for Brian Norman Jr., so he chose to hold. I think he did want to fight, but when he felt that power, he felt that pressure. He chose to hold and everything else. You know what I'm saying? He chose to make it an ugly fight. But bottom line, my son did what he had to do, man. We got the W. God blessed us to see another day. You know what I'm saying? I hope he blesses us to see another time in the ring on that kind of stage like that or whatever else. And hopefully it's a better opponent, a better time, and it's somebody who actually wants to fight, who hungry. Because that's what, that's the hardest thing. I always tell him, you want to be the motherfucker that think he can't be beat. Take his heart away. You feel what I'm saying? Quentin Roundle has a lot of pride. You can watch his social media, you can watch his story, you can watch, you can watch you can watch his social media. You can look at his stories. You can look at everything about him. Quentin Rounder has a lot of pride. So for my son to go out there and beat him 10 rounds, that means he physically beat that man 10 rounds. That's why Quentin Rounder had no choice but to give him props on social media and everything else, because you talked all that shit. You can't go out there and not back it up with a performance like that. That means it was something that Brian Norman Jr. was doing that you couldn't take. It wasn't him. It wasn't Quentin. It was Brian that was doing it, and he just chose to survive. And my son, it was too green in the professional world right now to get it off to where he needed to do to make it happen. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Coach. We got you, man. We appreciate your time as
Hey
always.
man, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. Y'all be easy, man. Thank you.
All right. There you
All right,
have it.
boss.
We going out
Okay.
to Fats. What up?
Yeah,
Yo.
what's good? Hey, yo, Brian Norman. That's the dude that was saying. That was the dude that was saying he had just came home and shit and started fighting.
Nah, this Brian Norman Sr. was a fighter, and then his son is a fighter, signed a top rank, and he just had a fight on the Shakur undercard versus Quentin Randall, undefeated fighter from Houston.
I could have swore. So that wasn't. Maybe that was somebody else. 'Cause one of them was saying they were just telling their story how they started boxing. He was saying he had just
Maybe
came
the
home and shit
father,
and started
maybe the
fighting.
father came home and started fighting, but the son, he got famous for sparring Crawford. There was rumors that he, did very well with Crawford.
Oh, I might be confusing. I might be confusing too. 'Cause they was one of them motherfuckers was talking shit up there before the dude Diaz started saying his piece. I think that was dude name. I had missed his name and shit. He got turned in late, but on the Calvin shit. It was a bad performance, yo. But I wouldn't. I'm not one of them people saying that Shakur don't deserve no the fight Devin or Tank because of that though, man. Like I don't like that shit. Right? To me, I feel like Tank should have been. I've been said Tank should have got on them dudes, man. 'Cause I feel like right now he'll beat him. Like it ain't a 50-50 fight. How you doing? It ain't a 50-50 fight right now. Like the longer he wait, the longer you wait, you need change. The longer he wait, the more I feel like the harder it's gonna be for real. You feel me? Like I don't like them saying that they won't take a look over there, nothing like that. Like nah, like Shakur just showed that if you do want these fights, ain't no 50-50 split, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? Like you financially, like, what are you bringing to the table? Like, I feel like he in that position now. Like, you can't negotiate with these guys. You know what I mean? If you want to fight Devin Haney and Shakur or Tank, ain't no negotiating. You think you deserve this? No, no, no. You deserve what they gonna give you, man. If not, then you move the fuck on. But other than that, I wouldn't say that Tank shouldn't fight him or Devin shouldn't fight him. No, I still think they should fight. But now Shorty a little humble now. Like now you kinda you know your place now. This ain't when you was getting ready for the Olympics no more. This ain't back in the day, a couple years ago when he probably was ahead of everybody else. But like I was hearing Bill and them saying, I ain't know he stayed in the amateurs that long. You feel me? Like that could have been, you know what I mean, what led to his development right now. Because like they said, like he fight a real amateurish style, which is real amateurish. Like that shit ain't no defense, man. You know what I mean? But they should still give him a shot. You know what I mean? He just can't dictate, you know what I mean, what he think a split should be. That's all.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Cliff, Connecticut. What up? If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. And if you haven't already done so, go ahead and subscribe. We are right now at 183,590. I need your help to get to 1 million subscribers. It's going to take me some time. So we're going to stop at 184,000 first and then keep moving from there. So if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Cliff, what up, though? Cliff, what's going on with you, buddy? Alrighty then. We're going to Hawkin, Maryland. What is up?
Yo. Damn, so I'm doing the J. You call off. What's up, Ness? How you doing?
What up? What up? What up? Bless up. Bless up. I see you hitting the
Thank
J,
you, much.
baby.
Thank you, much. You're choking out. Hey, did you see what I
Yes,
hit you on
sir.
to check
Yes,
our DM?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your idea worked,
You
champ.
saw the message?
Your idea worked, champ.
Oh, okay, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey man, with that fight, Shakur, I just ain't heard nobody say what I think was really the obvious. Shakur walked in with three legends: Floyd, Terrence, and Andre Ward. Now, not only being under the big lights, being the main card and everything, that's enough for a fighter, or any regular fighter. Get the main card, all that on a Thursday night at that, with all that going on. Now, I ain't making no excuses. I think he looked like straight shit, but I just think when he got in that ring and Floyd and his three idols, as he said, was out there, he even apologized to them. I think he got in that joint and he's like, I'm just not going to get hit or nothing. He just was like he just was like trying to just do defense to not get hurt at all in front of those three guys. I think his whole total mindset was like, I walked in with these legends. If I get fucked up, I just think his mind was just totally on them three dudes he walked in with, and he just got totally set on, I'm not going to get hit. I'm just going to do everything not to get hit. And he looked like straight shit. I ain't never seen him look that bad myself. I looked at scared. I ain't saying bad. He looked at scared. He looked like he didn't want to get hit. And the only thing I could get from it was him walking in with Ward and all them. He thinking about if he get clipped, standing inside. Because for real, he didn't do no catch and shoot. He didn't even use his other hand. I mean, and I don't believe that shit his hand was hurt. I just believe he got in that ring, walked in with those particular guys, and thought to himself, they all undefeated. They all really never really get beat up in a fight. So I gotta be like them. And he just got to doing that shit. First thing he's talking about was Floyd and Valdemar. He said something about Floyd Valdemar. But Floyd beat the crap out of Valdemar. So I don't know why he said that. I just think he was in there and his mind was on them three legends looking at him. And if he looked, I know billions watching him, but when he took that picture, I think he took that mindset in there with him in that ring. And I'm not going to get caught or clipped or nothing. But just in my opinion, because he was fighting scared. He looked scared to me. He looked like he was scared to get hit, like too cautious. And it was ugly work. It was, I don't know. that had to be the worst I've ever seen him look. But yeah, I just think he just because them three guys was out there, and I don't know. I don't know. He looked scared to me with that shit. And the other guy didn't look too brave either. He was jittery just like he was. So it was crazy. But I think Shakur looked better in the next fight. If I don't know. I can't imagine too many people wanting to fight him the way he jumped back like that. I know Tank ain't gonna fight him like that. I know they gonna get and Devin Haney, all of them got the excuses not to fight him now with this. You're gonna have to get another fight and do better, do a lot better. And then they can start reaching out for fights. I don't think everybody can get a pass off to that one. So yeah, that's how I feel about that one. But great show. Great show, Ness. Like I said, like you say, Scarface no Malolo. You always on the job. TPV #1. I'm out.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
People's champ. Once again, we're talking Calvin Ford imitating Shakur Stevenson's fighting style, and saying that nobody wants to fight a style like that, and saying things like 8 rounds of this shit, things like that. What's up, Brandon?
Yo, Ness, how's my audio? Crystal clear?
Yep.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate you for a Saturday show. Shout out to my blue collar workers on that grind on the weekend. Calvin Ford, absolutely right. He's absolutely right when he says nobody wants to fight that style. Because slick black fighters are always going to be a hard sell. Floyd was an anomaly. Ray Leonard was an anomaly. But slick black fighters, for one, and then slick black southpaws who are defensive first, they're always going to be a hard sell because it's not a lot of action. Whether we like to agree with it or not, action fighters is what put asses in seats. Arturo Gatti and Ward, those type fights, punchers are what put asses in seats. Tanks, Wilders, those guys is what put asses in seats. Yeah, I'm a fan of the sweet science. Yeah, I understand this swim and not get wet, and I can understand the beauty of that. But most people don't come to see that shit. I'm in the minority. So Calvin Ford is absolutely right. Nobody likes that style of fighting, man. Nobody wants to pay to see that style of fight. Not the majority of people, anyway. People come to see action. People come to see blood and guts and going to war. Like I said, Floyd was a slick fighter. He was like an anomaly. He was one of the few defensive first fighters who was like a box office smash. So I agree with Calvin Ford in that regard. But yeah, I wanted to touch base on something you said yesterday. You took a little slick shot at me, Ness. I didn't appreciate that. Talking about some y'all.
That wasn't slick. I'm just saying they praise you so much. I want my praise. They always saying Brandon's such a good caller. Brandon's such a good caller. Meanwhile, I'm the one get it right.
Look, man, I'm gonna say it like this. When it comes to the Pick'em League, I be trying to take a lot of risks. I want to take risks because if everybody picking the fucking A side, you feel me? It's gonna be hard to win. So shit, I'm gonna try to predict some upsets that give me the upper hand in regards to the Pick'em League. I can easily just pick the A side, the company fucking fighter. You feel me? But I'm trying to go out there and pick people I perceive that could pull off an upset. So yeah, I might have picked, some shit I probably have no business picking a couple times, but hey, I'm taking chances, man. I'm taking chances. That's all it is. I'm still a guru. You feel me? Don't get it, fucked up. But nah, it's just funny. I thought it was funny though. No hard feelings. But yeah, man, I'm gonna take risk in the pick'em league because if we all picking the A sides, then we gonna either be splitting the money multiple ways, all that kind of shit. And I don't want to do that. So that's just how I feel about it. But I'm gonna let you get to some other callers. I agree with Calvin Ford, man. Nobody wants to pay to see that shit. That shit Shakur pulled, yeah, that's a no-go. He's gotta be able to bite down on his gum shield and make some shit happen here. So Yeah, I agree with Calvin Ford, but that's my call, Ness, man. Have a good one.
You too, brother. Appreciate it. Stay safe on the road. We got Fresh New York member for 4 months on that champ level. What's good, fellas? Y'all think Shakur would rematch Edwin? And how y'all feel about Kerr posting Floyd and Bud trying to insinuate that Floyd and Bud are boring too? Nah, I took his post as those guys got booed, and he's saying all the greats got booed. That's how I took it. I guess I could be wrong though. Jonathan
It may feel
Hollister,
like it's your time,
what up?
but it's
Hey, what's up, champ?
How
You
are
can
you,
hear me
man?
good?
Absolutely.
I'm doing good.
Good to
I'm
hear.
getting ready to go to San Jose to pick up my son. They're coming back from Philadelphia. They got that work with Andy Cruz.
Nice. Getting them ready for the December 9th part, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna be down there in San Francisco watching that. That's gonna be a good show. Hey, right now, I kind of been listening to your show a couple of times, and I'm kind of, Shakur. I don't know what he did, but I
You didn't watch the fight?
I kind of yeah, I watched it. He won the fight. That's all I can say. Haters pay for tickets. But right now, I'm looking at Tankster and my boy Devin as the two shining stars to me, man. That's what I see. But this Cruz kid, he ain't no joke either. By the way, Boise's doing a hell of a job with him. And Boots is, man, I don't know why we're not hearing about Boots, man, but Boots is he is the man. But anyway, Chap, I just wanted to tell you guys are doing a good show. Tell Ring Walk I said happy Veterans Day, belayed, because I know he's a vet. And keep doing a great job, dudes. And keep an eye out for us because we're going to be there. I
Let's
can
go.
guarantee you that. One team trouble. We're doing the bet. We were in Vegas. We got work with a few of those guys down there. What was that kid that got caught there smoking some bud?
Keyshawn Davis.
Yeah, Keyshawn. We got work with Keyshawn. That went very well. And then that Kevin Johnson. We stood our ground. We're a youngster.
How'd it go with Kevin
you talk
Johnson?
About all these guys.
How'd it go with Kevin Johnson? Honestly, because he's kind of a sparring legend. And no disrespect to him, but he kind of does better.
You, man.
He kind of does better in sparring than he does in fights.
I'm going to tell you what, man. We did the hell. He couldn't touch us. That's a fact, man. We were there. You could anybody. I mean, I ain't got to say nothing, man. I know what I know. I know trouble is. I know he's going to turn 19 years old come February. I know he's way ahead of his time. I'm ready to dance with anybody, but we're holding him right now because we want that real man strength to come in. We want to be unstoppable, I kind of like what Boots is doing over in Philadelphia. That's why we go over there. I spend my retirement with my boxing team. A lot of people ask me, "How do you do it?" I go, "I'm using my retirement. I'm betting on my team with my retirement. That's how I can afford to do this. I happen to be a working man. I was able to do it. A lot of people, I don't get no funds. I'm not asking for no funds. I could do this on my own. I got a good retirement for a guy that didn't learn to read until he was 20. I'm happy, man. Hey, champ, I'll let you go. You keep doing a good job, and you work a lot, by the way. You definitely are a hard-working man because I see you all morning, all weekend. You're there, champ. So keep doing that. You're diligent, and that's how your show is going to grow. God bless you, bro.
Bless you and the family, champ. Cliff, Connecticut.
Yo, what up? You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
I remember him. I remember old school. Talking about his family. I remember him. He hasn't called in a minute, but I remember that guy. Yo, a lot of people had good calls. I wish I would have been able to follow up after one of them. I like what Fats had to say, and the dude who you was like, you get all his props and you want yours. He had a good call too. But Calvin Ford, I mean, he's right. He's stating the obvious. We all feel the same way, and it's just funny that like for Shakur that it's not only fans coming at him. There's people like that have respect in this sport coming at him, so they should humble him. And he seems to be a little bit childish about it, but a little bit humbled at the same damn time. And I think he needed that because I had Shakur, like I overrated. I don't know if I overrated him, like, but I had him like such a good fighter that I didn't think something like that was capable of happening. But Leo, let me ask you a question now, since you got so much experience in the game. So how do fighters like Shakur and even Charlo get into the ring with guys with power and freeze up when don't they experience the power they're gonna get in the ring and sparring? Like Charlo grew up with his brother, right? So why when he should have known from fighting his brother that Canelo would be too powerful for him? Like, wouldn't you learn that from fighting your brother? Like, because your
I
brother's
mean,
in that same
not your,
weight range
not
and
just your
whatnot.
brother, not just your brother. Obviously,
I don't want to say
sparring,
Spence and like,
but we don't know. I mean, that's probably why he fights that way, because in sparring he sees how it feels and he doesn't want to be hit.
so, but why did he take the fight then?
Because
And
he
I
still
feel
think
like the
he can
same.
outbox you like he did.
No, I'm talking about Charlo. I mean, as far as Shakur
Canelo?
goes, like
But when you say
no,
Charlo, you
I'm
mean
saying,
Canelo?
yeah, when Charlo fought Canelo, he froze up and didn't fight back. He should have never been in that fight in that ring because if he felt that way. So
I
I'm
mean, nah,
saying
it's
when he
different,
spars
bro. Like
people that weight,
I mean, it's
different.
different. He moving up.
Go ahead,
He was
explain
moving.
to me,
I'm just
educate me.
saying, he moving up 2 divisions, and he's moving up to the top of the food chain.
But what I'm saying is his brother at one time was supposed to fight Canelo and was supposed to be on that level, and his brother weighs more than him, so he's
Hell
getting.
no, bruh. Being the mandatory don't mean you on that level. It just mean you earned your shot. You got to prove you on that level by winning.
Well, everybody was saying Canelo was ducking this and that, so maybe I gave him Charlo too much respect, Big Charlo too much respect. But I just be like surprised that Shakur went in there and couldn't exchange punches, but he be sparring Bud Crawford and he say he be sparring Big Baby and or like so you should be used to somebody with some thump. So you get in a ring with somebody with some thump and y'all set a record for the lowest punch output. Like I don't see how that happens. But whatever. I'm gonna touch on the guy who called. His son is a boxer, and I guess there's controversy. What it looks like he left his son out to dry or something. Or the other
You
day
ain't watched
I
the
asked
fight?
I listened to you. I was at work. It's too choppy because I'm
It
a
was the
truck driver.
Brian
So.
Norman fight versus Quentin Randall, and he was the trainer.
Oh no, matter of fact, I did get home to see that fight. That was when they kept hugging the whole
Yeah,
fight.
hell yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't have the volume on because I'm watching Thursday Night Football. Listening to you, I'm listening to you. I'm watching the fight and got football on, so I don't care what the announcers say. I didn't hear the corner.
Yeah,
But the thing is that.
So what happened was there
God,
was audio that got released of him saying, "Yo, I don't care if you can't figure it out. You got to figure it out," or some shit like that. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
word. So let me say something. So the other day I fucking asked Devin's father because are you Devin's corner? Like you gonna be his corner forever? Like even in the biggest fights, when adversity comes, like that's you in his ear. Because I felt like in the Loma fight, the the way you felt about that fight, I felt like the Haney's, like there was a chip in their armor in that fight, like, and Bill didn't know what to say one of them times in the corner with Dev. Like Devin was like, "Dad, he figured me out." Bill didn't have nothing to give him. He didn't have no more for him. So I just
I
wonder,
think
like,
that's the same situation that this father trainer's going through, where it's like, "Yo, they giving you edited audio."
all right, well, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's interesting. I wish I was in a position as a father though. to even be in that position. But I feel like it's real interesting. I would probably want another guy up there that with me that humble myself and know there's people who knows more about the sport than me, so that they could really give my son the advice he needs in the biggest moments of his career. But whatever. Thanks for giving me a long ass call. That's all I got, bro.
You got it. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. We're going to put this episode in the eyes of other boxing fans that don't know. We talk boxing all day, every day. Yesterday was about a 10-hour-and-a-half show with amazing interviews. We had the opponent of Ryan Garcia, Oscar Duarte, who's going to be taking on Ryan December 2nd. We had him on early in the show. We had Coach Bill Haney on the show. We had Coach Robert Garcia on the show, Coach Xavier Miller on the show, fighter Jermaine Ortiz on the show, and even fighter Frank Martin, all on yesterday's marathon show, brought to you spontaneously by me and the community, because without you, there is no us. So we need callers if we're going to keep this show going. C-Dub, what up?
Yo, how are you?
Straight.
Yes, what's up? Shout out to BV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. You know, man. I don't know. I just think people have to understand that, and that's why I'm so glad I watch other sports, because you have to apply it. And I know it's this sport is, they say is you don't play this sport. It's still a sport that you can analyze and critique, just like you would basketball, just like you would football. I just feel that people need to don't throw away the range. It's just, if somebody is so great at moving, do not penalize the person so greatly if they're not able to trap them. I don't see Keith Thurman or Devin getting trapped consistently by no one. Does that mean that no one know how to cut off the ring? No.
I seen Pacquiao do a great job. I seen Porter do a great job. I seen Thurman win that Porter fight, but I knew that Porter did such a great job that people thought that was a tight fight, that maybe Porter won, that maybe deserved the rematch. So,
No, yeah, but
those guys have been
those are
trapped,
good.
and even
Those are good
Colazo,
examples.
even
I was saying if
Colazo.
they're focused.
Remember
I'm saying if they're
Colazo
focused on.
early in Colazo's
I'm saying if they're
career,
focused
he
on
did that to
moving this.
Thurman.
I said if they're focused on moving, it's not happening. That's why I really want to see somebody to trap Devin consistently, and he's focused on moving. I can't wait. And yet they're gonna say that everybody don't know how to trap. No, Ness. If Kevin Durant gets 40 every night, right, or gets 30 every night, as a defender, he's going to get off. As a great defender, you're not trying to get him to do 0. You're just trying to get him to score 20 or 15. So Shakur, so let's apply it. Shakur wasn't able to get off like he normally does. He wasn't able to dominate like he normally does. So the Los Santos was doing some good things in there too to affect Shakur's offense and to affect Shakur's thought process on getting his offense off. So it goes both ways. It wasn't that he was just so ineffective, because if he was, Shakur would have been able to counter, right? So it was some effective movement. It was some things that De Los Santos was doing with his footwork. It was some things that he was doing with his foot placement that was giving Shakur some things to think about in there as well. So it wasn't just Shakur in there playing chess. Both guys were playing chess. If you're going to, that's what it is. Like a perfect pass could beat great defense. Does that mean that the person didn't play good defense? No, it's not what it means. So if a person is great at moving, is very good as a master at moving, then De Los Santos is all I could hope for is a dude to try to come to fight. And that's what it seems like De Los Santos did that night, and it didn't seem like Shakur did that. That's just to the that's just to me. You can still move and
Hey, yo,
stop
Champ,
sometimes and
Champ,
trade.
are
Yo
you
yo,
gonna talk about the Calvin Ford shit, or did you not know?
the Kevin Ford shit when he said that him him saying that he's not going to take the fight, or him
Well,
saying
well,
that
well, him,
he
him,
just
him imitating Shakur,
right.
making fun of him, and then also saying who wants to fight that style. I mean, just the whole video. Did you watch it or no?
Yeah, I seen it, man,
Okay,
and I mean it's
okay.
funny. Everybody's, I mean, the memes and the jokes can go galore. It seems like Shakur was on some Forrest Gump shit. I was running, but I mean, he really. All Kevin Ford is doing, the people saying is bad taste, is poor taste. All he's saying is no matter how good we train, no matter how good we cut the ring off, if a guy is not coming in there to fight, we don't want to give the fans that. If
Mm-hmm.
a guy's not going to engage, we don't want to. I mean, because we know Tank know how to cut off the ring. That's not a question. That's not a question. You know what I'm saying? But if a guy is so focused on not engaging, you just nothing you can do with that. So it's little you can do with that. So hey man, that's just what they're saying. Are we going to say that it's so masterful? A lot of people called in. Many people called in and said this wasn't masterful boxing. So you have to find a way to counter and be more effective, and show better efficiency when you're moving to be offensive. So people would not say this and have this type of performance.
You may feel
Shout
like
out
it's your
TBV,
time,
smash that like button. It's free. Do
but
something
it's
with
not
yourself.
your time.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
I think a lot of people realize this the
Next round of this shit. All right, you gotta put your hands up. You gotta put your hands up. Hey, fucking round, man. Come on, nigga. Okay, Chad work. Now Santos, you're not even no problem doing it. I can't catch the motherfucker. So do I want to fight a fight like that? I'm gonna get fast with your what?
These fights right here. This
Laser, what up?
Yo, Ness, Boxing Voice. What's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias, buenos dias. Look, man, I've looked over this whole Shakur thing, and in my opinion, I want you guys to
Say again. You
on this.
cutting out?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I looked over this whole Shakur thing again. I want your whole thought process on this, but how I'm looking at it is simple. Like, a guy in boxing can do whatever he wants. As boring as it may be, as no contact as it may be, and it sucks to watch as a fan, I was okay with it as a boxing fan because I like the sweet science. But the reality is, Dos Santos didn't cut him off. Dos Santos didn't land shots they needed to. Running or not, you have an obligation as a puncher, as a brawler, to cut a boxer off in the ring. And the guy who was up last and said, Calvin Ford, it doesn't matter how much we cut the ring off, et cetera. It absolutely does. How do you think guys caught Floyd the one time of his career or whatever it was, right? They cut the ring off and they were smart. So I don't know, man. To me, I think people are being a little too hard on the young champ. And I thought, if anything, he didn't get hit with anything big. He was defensively responsible. He obviously doesn't like the fire. No one's arguing that. He doesn't like trading in the fire. I think a fight with Tank would be interesting because Tank probably would be able to cut off the ring with his experience. I don't know. What y'all see with that fight?
I mean, that's why we're doing the show. According to Calvin Ford, he didn't say, "Oh, Tank will be able to do it." He like, who wants to fight that style? So
So is Calvin Ford saying that they're not taking the fight by that logic, or is
I
that
mean,
not?
that's what it's insinuating. It doesn't mean that's what he means. He can still, push to come to shove. They still may fight him, but it doesn't look like they're in a rush based off this video. I don't know if you've seen the video, but I screen shared it before your call. The noise you
Yeah.
heard was his sneakers on the floor, imitating Shakur. Once with
Mm,
his hands in his pocket, once with his hands all the way in the air. He just
right.
doesn't like the style, and he's the trainer. He's the guy that got to come up with the game plan. So, the only way I see that fight happening is if Tank is looking to prove something and go against his team.
Yeah, I think Tank does what he always does, and that's not fight the hardest fight you can. So, do I think Shakur could fuck up Tank or hurt him? No. Do I think he could easily get a decision victory on him? Yeah, probably stylistically. He doesn't get hit, man. He doesn't get hit. I've never seen a video where Shakur got cracked. I've never seen.
Nah, I hear you, man. Definitely hear you.
Thank you.
All right, brother. We got
You may
Khaled
feel like it's your time,
Counterpunch.
but it's not your time.
Yo, what up, bro? How you doing?
Straight.
That's what's up, bro. Man, yeah. So basically, I guess based upon what Calvin Ford said, he not in a rush for that fight. You know what I'm saying? And now I see it. I saw you to show 10 hours, so we just 10 hours shitting on Shakur. I saw shit Bill Haney was saying and all that. Shakur, he had an off night. You got to learn that aside from being a great boxer, you got to still sell the fight. Like, motherfucker, we in Vegas. You got to sell this fight. You still got to make this look good. Terrence Crawford could have got Earl Spence out maybe a lot sooner. But this is a fight we were waiting on for a very long time. I got to sell this. I got to make this last a little longer. That's something that the greats do. Same thing, Mr. Alvarez. We going to sell this. We going to make this last a little longer. I ain't just going to put niggas away right away. So he got to learn that. I feel like it came out that he got hurt in sparring. Did he get hurt? Is that true? Like he got
He
hurt? Like
got hurt in
he was
sparring.
in.
He denied getting hurt in sparring. He said that Bill and Devin were making lies on him.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe he didn't get hurt, but he got the Andre Ward feet. He just gotta you gotta stand in there. He could have stood in there like he did with Moschino and what's the other dude, the brother that just tied. He had to tie with what's the name? Navarrete. Like they tied. Like against when he fought Moschino and when he fought him, he didn't back up as much. But they weren't. I guess they weren't the punchers and shit like that. Nonetheless, I'm not a Shakur guy like that. You know what I'm saying? But I do recognize the skill. But he may got to prove some more with these fights. He may got to sit down a little more and show us that he could be an entertaining fighter. Because Tank and them, they on money shit. We on shit that look the best. We trying to sell fights and all that. So I understand where they coming from. Shit, based upon that performance, it looked better for Tank to try to fight Devin versus fighting Shakur, because we know at least Devin, based on Devin's last two fights, at least he gonna fight. He gonna at least throw some shit. He's still a pivoter, mover, heavy jabber and all, but he gonna throw them bitches though. He threw them bitches against Loma. He let them shits go against Cambosos. He has to let them go against who the fuck Regis, because Regis coming. So he just got to do a little more. Like, I feel him, yo. We can't fight you yet. There's no upside. Unless you're going to take way, way, way low money, nigga. Way low money. But, yeah, I feel him on that shit, bro. You got to come back. And everybody get an off night. Now, you picked a hell of a night when fucking Floyd, Andre Ward, Bud walk you out, bro. You got to come on. Like, don't get on your bike that much. But I understand, man. Everybody have an off night, but I feel Calvin Ford. I ain't saying that Tank Duncan none of that shit. So, but hey yo, like for my second call, what you think, bro, about what the fuck I was saying? What you think?
You
Bro?
may feel like it's
You
your
the
time,
boxing guy. I'm always interested
but
in your
it's not
opinion.
your
What the
time.
fuck you think?
I mean, what I think about the fight?
I mean, yeah, cause I ain't here. Like, just cause I know you was talking about that shit hella yesterday, so
I
you ain't got
mean,
to give me no
bruh.
long version.
I
Just
mean, no.
what you think?
Listen. I thought it was not an entertaining fight. Like for me, I'm actually upset because you say, like, I'm gonna play his intro when you done. I hope I don't forget. But like in his intro that we got for him, he say I don't like to lose. He say if I was the same size as Canelo, I'd beat him. If you ask me, could I beat Floyd in his prime, I know I could. I'm better
Yep.
than
Yep.
everybody. You know, they ducking me.
Yep.
I'm the boogeyman. Like boogeymans don't run. Boogeymans come forward. Jason Voorhees came forward. Michael Myers comes forward. Freddy Krueger comes forward. Like, how you a boogeyman?
Yeah.
Like this shit is
Yeah.
it's just hilarious to me already at this point. Like his fans is delusional. You ain't like
Mm.
you a boogeyman. You scared everybody away. They don't want to watch no more.
Right. Right. That's fair. Like that wasn't. And you in Vegas, you still got to bring some entertainment. Floyd, with all his defensive greatness, very entertaining. Like that defensive shit was entertaining. Like, and he
Bruh,
just
Floyd
sold
stood
it
in the
where he made
pocket,
it.
bruh. Like, I'm tired of these
Yeah.
casual fans trying to compare him to Floyd. No, well, Floyd didn't know the fuck he did. Floyd, in every fight, Floyd showed you why he was special and why only he could master the shoulder roll. So a shoulder roll, you don't do it on the move. You got to stop to do it.
Yeah.
You got to stop to do it.
Yeah.
And then when you stop, you got to roll and fucking counter. You countering with the
Right.
right. You
Exactly.
ain't doing whatever the fuck that shit was on Saturday night. I mean Thursday night. That shit. But listen, the best thing that happened is that it was on a Thursday and only 655 people, 655,000 people watched it. The issue is in this world, that 600,000 could be probably 60 million now because of social media.
Right. 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 Hell yeah. So that's gonna take a toll. So he gonna have to beat somebody to fuck up. He got to knock some stop motherfuckers. He got to do some boot shit. Whatever the fuck he got to do. It's still a pathway for him because the skill level is
First of all,
still high.
Floyd motherfucking got Maidana's respect. He wasn't gonna be running around the ring. He straight. He hit Maidana with a straight right. Same thing with Mosley. If Floyd was a
Yeah.
runner, what happened to Mosley after he hit him in the second round? Why? Like, man, get out of here. Floyd earned his respect on Mosley. Stood there and released like a 4 punch combination on Mosley. These dudes don't watch Floyd. They just want to say everybody
You
look
right.
like Floyd.
You right.
You may feel like
And
it's
we
your
should slow down on that, but that's my call, bro. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I got a counter punch from Fats. Before I get to that, let me mute this and remind you that I'm trying to get to that 1,000,000 subscribers. So right now we are at 183,596, and that is a lot. But we trying to get to 1,000,000, and we ain't gonna get there overnight. So first stop is
you may feel like it's your time,
184,000.
but it's
So
not
I
your
need
time.
a few of you to tell a few others to go ahead and subscribe so we could try and get to that today. I thought we was gonna get to that on Thursday during the Shakur fight. That didn't happen. So we need some love right now and some subscribers. That's what we need. We need some subscribers, because numbers is power. And that's the only way we gonna grow. Okay? But we got Fight for Life, $5, celebrating his first super chat on our live stream. Remember when Isaac Cruz' dad turned down the Shakur fight because he said it's going to be cat and mouse? Everybody laughed and called them ducks. That's true. That's true. Very true. Very true. Motherfucking Benny Heen in the building with the $5 super chat, and he's celebrating his 5th super chat on a TBV live stream. And he says 10 hours for the people. TBV, TBV. Fire emoji, fire emoji. Get other platforms the freak out of here. I'm not gonna say what he said. I don't do that. That's like trying to date a girl and kicking dirt on her man just to get in the DMs. Like, we ain't doing all that shit, bro. Fats, what up? Counterpunch.
Yo, I had forgot. What's good? I forgot to say something, man. But listen to a couple calls. They reminded me. We not going. We can't say that Edwin De Los Santos is just at fault for Shakur Stevenson because let me tell you why. When Boots fought Kern,
We said he couldn't cut the ring off, but you know why we had more expectations on him? Because he was the one that people was coming to see, quote unquote. They were saying he was the phenom, and everybody don't want to fight Boots at the welterweight division, and he the next big thing. His father saying he mixed with Roy Jones and all these people and shit. You know what I mean? Like he put that pressure on himself. So when he came out there and was swinging into the ropes and all that shit, and I'm like, whoa, what your palms was a little sweaty. You was that anxious to get the knockout in front of the not hometown crowd, but you know what I'm saying? Like the locals and shit, everybody came out to see you, and you laid an egg. You get what I'm saying? Edwin De Los Santos is 24 years old. Like he's younger than Shakur Stevenson. Basically, Shakur Stevenson was fighting a prospect. He was fighting a prospect, a good one, with some good skills. But that's what you did out there. No, we can't put that. We can't put equal onus on Edwin De Los Santos saying, well, he got a line to cut the ring off. He young. He only 24. He younger than Shakur, man. No. We not ready to sit here and do that. That fight was all on him. It was all on him. And I don't want to hear that best defense in the game shit, because like a couple callers said too, bro, you're not standing there to defend the hits for real. You're not catching, you're not rolling, you're not slipping. You just running. Like we gave Boots won that fight because they said Curran ran. Well, he won it because he was the A side, really. Yeah, I mean, he was the favorite, and it seemed like he was pressing the action. Edwin De Los Santos lost, and he was the one pressing the action. Now we can sit here and pinpoint and say, well, he landed 62 shots to 40. Man, they wasn't even counting some of them body shots that Edwin De Los Santos was landing on Shakur. If we being real, I don't never pay attention to the CompuBox shit. I be looking at it all the time like, what fighters they watching? Because that dude landed more punches than that. The first half of that fight, Edwin De Los Santos won 4 out of the first 6 rounds. On my scorecard, I'm looking like that's why the judges had it close, 115 to 113. Like that defense they talking about, no man, it's not. He not in the class with Bud Crawford. He may hang out with him, but his defense not like Bud Crawford. His defense not like Tank. His defense ain't like Devin. Like it's not up there like that. That dude don't be parrying shots and shit like that. If you don't punch,
You may
yeah.
feel like it's your
You know what I
time,
mean? If you Juntao
but
with
it's not your time.
Yoshino, yeah, he might do that. But that's all I gotta say, man.
All right. Fats, you the man. We got a counterpunch from Larry Smooth for Jordan, the most hated. Jordan, man, keep it clean, man. Jordan. Okay. Ain't got to tell me twice. Majid, I don't see you there. I was about to go to you. We going out to Charles. Super Mix with the $2 super chat says Floyd stood in the pocket for 12 with Canelo.
Shit.
What up?
What up?
What up,
What up,
Charles?
Ness?
I hear you.
Hey, man. Hey, good show, man. Yesterday was great, Ness, man. I just want to
Appreciate it.
congratulate you, man. You're getting stronger and stronger. But on this topic, um, I said this a long time ago, Ness, and I also want to get your opinion on it. I'll hang up, but my question to you. Well, I'm gonna say what I gotta say, then I'm gonna ask you a question. For me, I think this is real bad for Shakur. And I know he still won the fight and it was disappointing, but Ness, I've always been, Shakur's one of my favorite fighters, but I've also been one of his best critics because number one, the way he's been acting anyway lately. But number two, I think by Calvin saying this, um, this is gonna be hard for Shakur because at the end of the day, Ness, him not taking that Devin offer, I don't see nothing significant at 135 for him. And then now, probably the only reason after he didn't take an offer, the only reason he would really needed to be at 135 if we talking about legendary fights, if we talking about him proving himself,
was to fight Tank. Now, I knew it was going to be difficult for him to fight Tank anyway, but it just says to me now, they're not going to fight Shakur. And I mean, Tank. I mean, they probably would have before. There'd have been a weight clause. But so for his career, Ness, coming off that disappointing performance the other night, and now the one guy that you needed at 135, because the guy that gave the champion gave you an offer, you turned it down. Now the one guy that could have gave you that legendary fight at 135, now his trainer's coming out saying, man, we don't even want to entertain that. Who wants to do that? I just think his career is, he's going to have to move up, Ness. And if he's running now, what you think he's going to do at 140 with some of those killers? Well, my question to you,
Forget
Ness,
140. I want to know your thoughts on him versus Tank, how that looked, because Calvin Ford, that's what we talking about, the fact that, he's mocking him and
well,
go ahead.
Well, at the end of the day, I thought Devin was the best at 135, but when I saw Devin in a Loma fight, and I had him winning, beating Loma convincingly, I think the weight is a problem for Devin at 135. But I thought Shakur was the only person that had a chance to beat Tank, and I think he can. But at the end of the day, his skills is there to do it. But now when I'm seeing all this, I see fear from Shakur. And so I don't know now. I don't know if he could beat Tank. Does he have the skills? Yes. But like I
You may
told you
feel like it's
yesterday,
your time, but it's
skills
not your
pay the
time.
you gotta have more than skills. But Ness, let me ask you this before I go. If you're in Shakur's camp, how do you rebuild him after this? Appreciate it, Ness. I'm gonna hang up.
I mean, they just got to put him in there with another fighter, blame it on not being healthy, keep it moving, really. If you're on Blog Talk, which is our landline, the 14255695241, don't forget to press one time. Don't just sit there. You have to press 1. That's going to indicate to me that you're ready to rock and roll, and I can bring you on the show. We got Discord and Twitter Spaces available. I'm going to go ahead and drop that link in our live chat here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. Supermax with the $2. We said that. And the link is now in the live chat. And it looks like someone was waiting and didn't know. So let's see, who is this? Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, ladies and gents. It helps with the visibility. Hitting the like button is going to hopefully let the algorithm know you guys are enjoying the podcast. And, it'll put it in the eyes of other boxing fans. Okay, so this is a brand new caller. No clue. Where is 669, my friend?
That's Bay Area, San Jose,
San
California.
Jose. What's up, brother? What's your name?
How are you, Mano? My name is Gaio, calling in.
Gaio?
Always watch it. And yeah, my name is Gaio.
Okay.
I'm from San Jose, California. Man, I was watching that that fucking Shakur fight, and it just all makes sense, man. Why he didn't want to spar trouble when we went to Houston, man.
Which trouble? Which trouble? From which one? The young kid?
Sammy Castellano, man. He's the truth, man. I've been around boxing all my life, and I've never seen a talent like this, man. I'm telling you, man. Floyd can co-sign for us right now. I guess literally last night he just landed from Philadelphia. He was training with the now full champion Jerron Boots Ennis. But I'm telling you, man, this kid just hit a growth spurt, man. He was putting a pause on Devin Haney before, but now, man, I think he's honestly too big, man. He's too big for all the lightweights. And he's still a lightweight. That's the thing, though. It's crazy, man. I would really like if you guys bring him back on that show, man.
Oh no, we certainly gonna get him back. I mean, he's a pro. We're just waiting for him to do something. They just grooming him in the sparring. They've turned him pro, but they holding him back because he's young.
Yeah, man. They're definitely grooming him, man. They're definitely grooming him, man. He's under the care of Coach Charles, and Coach Charles really knows what he's doing, man. I'm telling you, man. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys seen him out there in Saudi soon, man. I'm just saying, but
Who,
that
Coach?
kid, man, please keep an eye on. Yeah, man.
With
There's
who?
something big coming with Sammy, man. Uh, with Sammy Castellano
In
and his
Saudi?
coach, I'm telling you, man, this kid, he's something special, man. If you ask around and
I
if you
know
ask
him. I
around,
seen
like,
him, bro. I seen him.
boxing him,
I've
he's
interviewed him.
nice,
They've been
bro.
in
If you
studio. I know the grandfather. I know the father. I know them.
have
I've seen
have
him.
have you seen them spar before,
I think I seen him
or have
spar
you seen
Devin
them once?
once.
Yeah, when he was like 16, right?
I don't know, bro.
Like he was
About a
16.
year ago, I think
Yeah,
he
bro.
came out
So
here and we seen him
a little
spar.
something, man. Shakur turned down the sparring, man. He said you had to prove yourself, man. So they threw in one of I think one of Shakur's boys, bro, and he straight manhandled him, bro.
Who,
The
Antoine
next day we
Cobbs?
come back. I think actually he just literally sparred Keyshawn too. Keyshawn, he did really good with Keyshawn too. But I think it was Cobbs. Yeah, you're right. And I'm just saying, man, I think Sammy Castellano is the future of the division, man. On some real shit, man. I know people be like, they don't really be talking about a lot of California fighters right now, but right now, California, he's the truth, man. I don't really see anybody fucking with him right now,
You may
man.
feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. We going out to Brandon. What's up? Brandon. Brandon. Trying you again. You're going to have to jump out, jump back in, my friend, because it don't look like it's working for you. And while we wait for the next caller to connect, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. It'll put this episode in the eyes of other boxing fans, and you know that's what we need. We're looking for growth. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. We are trying to get to 1 million subscribers, but I need your help. Uh-oh, new caller. San Antonio. Who's this?
Yo, hello, this is G. Can you hear me?
G, what up? Where you
Hey, man,
calling in
first time
from?
calling. Calling from, San Antonio. First time calling. First and foremost, man, y'all put a lot of work in. It's amazing and really appreciate it as a boxing fan. So just wanted to give you your props there.
You said G, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Cool. So I feel like with this fight, it's tough because I really feel like Shakur hurt his stock pretty bad. So when Calvin Ford is pretty much saying it's like, it's not even worth to fight you because it's not the type of fight or excitement that we want to give to the fans. And I feel like it hurts because as a boxing fan, I really enjoy watching Shakur. Shakur to me is one of the most technically gifted fighters I've ever seen. My personal list, I definitely put him very, very high, and I would have loved to see Tank, but now with this type of fight, it definitely looks like the Tank team, assuming they have the same perspective as Calvin Ford, that it's not something they want or they would want to pursue. Even though I still think they could sell it. Like I still think Shakur's going to be out for a good while, especially now with the injury. So I feel like boxing fans will forget a little bit over the next couple, I don't know, 6 months or so. And I think they could still make the fight and sell very well, but it just doesn't look like the Tank team would like to fight Shakur, given his style, and it hurts because it's a fight I was really hoping would happen. I'm not sure what you think on that end.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what the video was indicating, that they're not in a rush to fight that sort of style. They're mocking that style. So, uh, yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to see. I think, like you said, Shakur's gonna be out for a bit, and he'll probably need a fight or two just to get back right with the fans. I don't know. When you say you love his style, did you love this fight though?
Man, I know I'm in the minority here. I'll be honest. Like I mean, stayed up on a Thursday night and seeing that type of fight was honestly tough. So no, I thought it was one of the worst performances probably of the year. But I love the technicality of it. I seeing Shakur's reflexes, seeing how he's able to avoid shots, and I didn't know he was injured obviously, but I could tell he was injured because he wasn't throwing as many punches as he did the last 2 3 fights. So I was like something's off, and I could tell, but I'm just amazed. His skills are second. Like I have my personal favorite like skills is like like Lomachenko, Rigondo, and Shakur, and those three. Every time those guys fight, I admire how technically
90
gifted they
seconds.
are. But it was a snoozer, and I think the majority, when it comes to the boxing business, you want that rock 'em, sock 'em type of thing. But me, I was looking at the other side, like the illusions that Shakur had to do. Like he had to, because he didn't want to let De Los Santos know that he's injured. So he had to give you that illusion that he was going
You
to hit
may
you,
feel like it's your time,
and
but it's not your time.
Now I hear you, man. I guess in a sense it's
60
honorable.
seconds.
In a sense, it's honorable to fight with an injury, but maybe pulling out would have been better for his credibility. Jay Will, what up? Jay Will, hold on, Jay. What is up here? Go for it. Oh man. All right. So now that he dropped off, I do want to remind everybody that on Monday, we'll be having matchmaker, Hall of Fame matchmaker Brad Goodman on the show. He does all that great matchmaking for Top Rank. That's on Monday. If you're a member of TBV on here on YouTube or on Patreon, you're allowed to go and ask a question. So head on over to Patreon or our YouTube members page and ask Brad a question. We're also going to have Alex Holly. He's going to be on the David Benavidez, Demetrius Andrade pay per view November 25th. He's on the undercard. So if you want to ask Alex Holly a question, then it's probably best you become a member or a Patreon to do so. We also have other interviews scheduled that I can't remember off top, and I'm always getting spontaneous ones, right? Like today, we had Brian Norman Sr., the trainer father of Brian Norman Jr., to just give his side of the story on the audio that was leaked of him claiming or seeming to not know or give his son any direction, right? So we are going to Jay Will yet again. What up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yo,
I hear you.
yeah, man, yo. Um, I feel Calvin. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's a business. Um, and he ain't lying. He wasn't lying about Shakur, man. Um, some of the things that's getting me by some of these Shakur fans, and it's like I just want to know what professional thing that Shakur does, because to me, he's still an amateur. He's still got a lot of amateur style to his game. Like he doesn't really sit on none of his punches like an amateur. We don't know if he got a professional shin because he's scared to get hit. Um, he don't really got a professional defense. His defense is just hopping back for the most part, and that's still amateur. Like the man still has a lot of, like you said yesterday. It's weird that a man is like a what 2 or 3 time champion. We still talking about development. Um, a lot of y'all haven't been around boxing as long as I have, but dude is Mark Breland 2.0. He is I mean, a spitting image of Mark. Actually, I think Mark Breland is a little bit better than Shakur coming out the Olympics and probably up to this stage of his career. It's just I think Shakur has been handled, been brought along a little easier than Mark Breland was. You know what I'm saying? I would say that's y'all's homework, man. Check out Mark Breland and then check out Shakur. Now, I don't think Shakur's career is going to end up like Mark Breland's. I think he's going to probably have a little bit better professional career. But when he gets up to those top elite fighters, when he has to fight the Tanks, the Devins, and all, he's gonna look super ordinary. But that's my call.
All right, brother. Appreciate you calling in. Jay Will, remember, Discord and Twitter Space is available. I'm dropping that link. And I believe it's pinned for anybody that wants to use it, that wants to find a way to call in. We do have the landline available and Discord and Twitter Spaces. Brandon, trying you again.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, yep.
Can you hear me now? All right, back. My bad. My connection's been bad lately for some reason. I was trying to call in a couple times ago, and it was acting up for some reason. I'm glad that I can actually connect to the call now. All right, so oh yeah, I wanted to say something about the Shakur fight. So the Shakur fight went really well. Of course, it received a lot of hate and negativity. That's to be expected based on who Shakur is and how his style of fighting. But anyhow, it was still an amazing fight, and he performed very well. And he had impeccable defense like always. He didn't let the opponent, take any real punches, real hard hitting punches. So on that front, of course, he did well. He did very well. He did more than well. And he deserves his praise for that. The way that he was fighting and his defensive skills. And so I give him all the praise in the world. Um, but then I also have a fight that I'm gonna be sparring. So I want to send you some videos of it after I'm done sparring because it's gonna actually be good. But it's in December though. Can I send you the videos
Of
when it's
course.
done?
Of course.
Okay, cool. I'll just send it to you through chat or something. Thanks, bro.
All right. Elohim, what up?
Yo, how the audio?
Chilling, chilling. It's good.
What's good, man? Shout out TBV. Y'all smash the like button, bell notifications, do everything y'all gotta do. Next, I ain't been on here in a little minute, man. My quick assessment of the fight. Um, I think I noticed because what with this fight, it made me obviously I seen the Nakatilia fight, but it made me go back and watch the fight again. I think with Shakur, what he kind of struggles with is, and this would make the Loma fight for me, make the Loma fight and the Frank Martin fight a little bit more interesting. Is his struggle is with dudes with good feet and power. I think I see that's what he struggles with. Dudes that's got real good feet that can match his quickness and that's got some power. Cause if you notice in the Caraballo, I think the dude name was Caraballo, the Mexican dude he dropped with a body shot. He was able to sit in the pocket, roll with the punches, and counter off of it, which I was expecting to see that with Dallas Santos. I don't know if the southpaw look is what was like making it hard for him or making it seem like he ain't really want to sit down a little bit more, but I'm really thinking it was the feet. And I was really more so impressed with Dallas Santos being able to match Shakur's feet. And he wasn't really letting Shakur get off either like that too. Like that jab wasn't really touching Dallas Santos that much often. I didn't get to see the copy box numbers, so I don't really know how much he outscored Dallas Santos on the punch output, but
I was kind of more so impressed with Dos Santos, how he was able to stick and move and kind of just be in the fight the whole night. I mean, obviously they didn't give us a lot, but I was impressed by that too. But that Loma fight and that Frank Martin fight, that it just made it that much more interesting to me.
Yeah, man. I want to see what happens next, bro. We need to see what happens next. Where does he go and who they put him in with? We had Robert Garcia on the show, and he didn't sound too keen on fighting Shakur with his fighter Murataya either.
Yeah, but I mean, when you see Garcia, the history of uh, his fighters always kind of struggle with like that boxing style, kind of. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think he got too much of a good record against like them real slick boxers. I know he got one over AB. I can't really think of another slick boxer he really got down on like that for one of his fighters, but like I could see why he wouldn't really want to see that style. But that Jermaine Ortiz fight, oh, that was another thing, bro. I was always wondering, like, damn, why Shakur and Jermaine Ortiz never, you know what I'm saying? Why they never got it
That's
in
another
yet? I
last
always,
option. That's the last option right there because ain't nobody
man,
else gonna say yeah.
man, I don't know,
We had Jermaine on the
Jermaine.
show yesterday. He said he wanted. He said he'll fuck him up.
Yeah, I was at work. I was punching in and out. I couldn't really catch all the interviews. I caught some of Bill, man. That was a good ass show y'all did yesterday, bro. 10 hours. Whew.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Let's see here what we got on the line. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility. You know I need your help to grow. Trying to get to that 1,000,000 subscribers. Trying to do that before I die. You hear me? So we need to hurry up with that. We got Edward in Alabama. What up? Edward, Alabama. What up? I'm sorry, Edward. Could you start over? Edward? Oh, shit. He done dropped off. Okay, Barrel City E.
Yeah, what
What
the
up?
fuck is up?
Chilling.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of feel some type of way with these callers calling in with this bullshit defense for Tank and Coach Ford, man, Coach Calvin. Tank been ducking these top fighters for too long. If you ain't, I don't know who the hell y'all thought Shakur was, and if I run over, I'll pay my five. Shakur, like, well, first of all, I don't want to say it like that because that's coming off the wrong way. Shakur didn't engage really that fight. I think it had a lot to do with, like one of those callers said, the moment was real big when you got Andre Ward and you got Floyd and Terrence. He been walking out with Bubba, but Bud coming off that kind of performance over a motherfucker like Earl. You know, it's a lot of pressure in the moment. And he just didn't. He know De Los Santos could crack, so he didn't want to get caught or get wobbled, get stunned, and look bad. You know what I mean? So he didn't engage as much as he usually do. But what we're not gonna sit here and do it, act like that man defense ain't elite. Like he didn't sit down in the pocket that night, but we didn't see him sit down in the pocket, and you just can't touch him. The fact of the matter is, he needs some more big fights in the limelight so he can get used to the stage. You need to get him in there with somebody like William. You know what I mean? You need to get him in there with like a real come forward pressure fighter, somebody that's going to come forward to him and not let him relax one moment. See if you can maybe, try to pay Pitbull Cruz to come your way. You need somebody who will come to him and bring the fight to him, and so Shakur can start to sit down pro style and be in the pocket. And I don't even mean pro style. Sit down and be in the pocket entertainingly, and show he can slip punches, roll with punches, and catch punches and shoot right back with them. But Well, we're not about to sit right here and do it like Tank and Coach Calvin are clowns. They could have never beat Shakur. The man had hell, and I don't mean this ain't. I'll pay the extra 5 for running over. The man had hell catching dealers. I mean catching Barrios, and Barrios' problem was he stayed in the pocket of Tank a little bit too long because he's more offensive than Shakur. But the thing is with that, he didn't know how to hit Tank a few times, then get out the way and move and relocate. Tank is a little flat-footed. Tank is he highly elite. I ain't taking nothing away from his status, but he like the short black version of Canelo, except seems like a little bit more explosiveness at this moment in time. Like all he could do is pray to catch Shakur with one blow and hurtfully hurt him. Because if it go down to a boxing match, matching IQ for IQ, Tank in big trouble. Tank in big trouble, and that's not to say he got a low IQ. That's just to say how high of an IQ Shakur has. You're not gonna hit him. He gonna hit you one time, hit you 2 times, relocate, and do it all over again. And he'll do that for 12 straight rounds. Yeah, I mean, he do need some more fights in the big fight. Like, we're going to roast him for his performance, but what we're not about to do is just sit here and let Tank play the cool guys. Now he just worried about entertaining the fans. Because if your ass is worried about entertaining the fans, you should have been fought Devin. You should have been fought Gary. You should have been fought Loma. You should have been took on these hard names. I don't want to hear shit about fighting. Tank can have any pick of the litter he want to. Anybody. Anybody. He don't care about entertaining the fans. He on what he been on, making his bread. Stand on that, but don't try to act like just because you see Shakur having a bad performance, you will come pick your tail off that, and now you about entertaining the fans, so that's why you ain't been thinking about Shakur. No, you know he's a threat to you. Just like you know Devin was a threat to you. Just like you know Loma was a threat to you. Gary was a threat to you. Like, it's time to start calling Tank out for what Tank is. Tank is a clown. And until he get his bitch ass, I ain't gonna disrespect the man like that. But until he get his ass up in the ring with some of these top elite fighters, I don't want to hear him talking about entertaining the fans. You know what I mean? That's just being real. And some of y'all need to wake the hell up and let Tank. Y'all just want to be cool with somebody, so happy about a name, just like you say they name whore. Y'all so happy it's Tank, and like he just such the cool guy. Everybody want to be at the cool kids table. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I want to see the elite fight the elite. I want to see the best fight the best. And that's my call, man. But y'all need to come back to reality, man. Don't let Tank them pull that wool over y'all eyes. Tank them ducking shit. He been talking and talking, fight Devin next. Since you don't come about the woodworks, all his questions, all his attention should be afforded right now is on Devin and how he done came and eclipsed you in the boxing world. Maybe not selling out fights and money, but in the boxing world, he done come eclipse your career, and you almost 30. And that's my call, man. I
You
got
may
that
feel
5
like it's
coming.
your time, but it's not your time.
Well, all right, man. Glad he chose TBV to voice his opinion and air it out. For those that don't know, we are talking the Calvin Ford situation where he was on camera mocking the style of Shakur and basically saying that nobody wants to fight a style like that, and complaining that he fought in that manner for 8 straight rounds. We're going out to Malcolm. What's up?
Mr. Gibbs,
How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Cannot complain.
Likewise, my brother. So, I just wanted to ask real quick before I get into this. Did we get any official news about a Shakur injury?
Nah, no official. He tweeted a few things that he deleted that people still got screenshots of him saying, "Yeah, anybody with eyes, blase blah, could see. I was heard." Then he tweeted another one, "Oh, one-handed bandit," but he deleted both. Nothing official.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna assume he was hurt because that's the only sense I can make of why he was fighting like that. Um, I'm a little bit proud of him. You know, I know it wasn't a good performance, but at the end of the day, he did become a 3 division champion. So, there's kudos for that. I think the pressure, the people I got my blame towards two other entities. The first one is Edwin De Los Santos. You cannot let a man beat you with one hand. Um, especially his jab hand. So he should have been going for broke. We know the one weakness we have all seen in Shakur's game is he ain't got no dog, man. He don't like to get punched. We saw it when Jeremiah Nakatila hit him with that right hand at the end of the sixth round, and he ran for 30 seconds. When I saw that, my jaw dropped to the floor. He got hit with a check hook Thursday night. And when I saw his facial expression when Edwin caught him with that, I knew that was going to be the last time he was anywhere in there close. He don't like to get hit. So he did what he had to do, and he got the dub. But I'm going to blame Edwin because he didn't push the fight. He didn't go for broke. And I'm going to blame the handlers of boxing once again because there's no way a man should be able to get in the ring if he only has one arm, man. So I don't know how he should have did a physical. I don't know if they have any pre-fight physicals or what they got going on to make sure that these fighters are going in the ring healthy. But this is professional fighting, man. We gotta take better care of the fighters. We gotta take better care of the sport. He was in there clearly with one hand the whole fight, man. It ain't even like we can look at a punch and see, oh, he hurt his hand on this punch. No, he was hurt the whole fight. Somebody should have caught that before, and that fight should have never been allowed to happen. As far as Tank goes, yeah, I'm part of the group of people that feel like Tank, his handlers, they all just got to shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear y'all talk. We get it. You're a great fighter, but you're not fighting nobody, so respect the people who are fighting somebody by just shutting the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? That's my call.
All right, champ. We appreciate you calling in on this fine Saturday morning, airing it out, letting the people know how you feel right here on the Voice of the People, man. And because this is the Voice of the People, you guys are in for another treat. Damn, I fucked that up. Yeah, so you're in for another treat, man. We are going to have Jose Benavidez Sr. on the show right now, live. And guess what? My man is he's literally, um, like has a fight today with with Diego Pacheco, man. So that is crazy official. Salute to him. So as a member or a Patreon of TBV, you get to ask him a question, obviously. So better hurry up though. You gotta hurry up. Head on over to Patreon and or our members right here on YouTube.com and drop your question for Coach Jose Benavidez Sr., who is gonna have a fight right now with Diego Pacheco, and obviously has his son David in a big fight and Jose in a big fight. So we're getting lucky here, man. It's pretty cool of him. So head on over to Patreon, head on over to YouTube members, and drop him a question, man. Drop him a question. Make sure you tell him where you're from so that he knows he's got plenty of fans all around the world interested in the work that he does as a trainer. Okay, he just said he's ready, so I hope you guys are ready. Best bet is to drop your questions now because I'm sending him the link, fellas. It's going down. 2 interviews, 2 trainers, 1 day. Let's see. And give it a second. He should be jumping on any moment now. Smash the thumbs up for the spontaneous interview. Let's pull up some box recs here because we about to interview him. Go to the Diego Pacheco event. Obviously, he's fighting today. Coach, how are you?
What's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Perfect, perfect. How are you, man?
I'm doing good, man. Super excited, man. Could be more excited, bro.
I just want to date la gracia, man. Thank you for coming on the show. I mean,
I
I know
know,
you got a
man.
fight today.
Yeah, no worries, man. I told you to call me. You didn't call me.
No, it's all good. I mean, it was fight week, but since we
Yeah, no
got
worries,
you,
no worries.
thank you so much. Obviously, Diego Pacheco is the main event tonight. He's taking on Marcelo Cocares. What can you tell us about him? I actually spent some time here in Las Vegas with him. He was training here in Vegas
Yeah.
with Carlos.
Yeah, I think he's a good fighter, man. You know, actually, I saw him when he fought Berlanga. He dropped Berlanga like in the 10th round, I believe. He's a pretty good fighter, man. I think that's another test after this. I'm gonna evaluate Diego and see where he's at. You know, with this fighter, man. In my mind, I believe that Diego's ready for any challenge now. You know, I think he's ready. He's ready to step up big. But we'll see how he performs with him tonight.
Now, Diego is on a 7-fight knockout streak, is it not?
Yeah. Since I started working with him, you know, he started stopping people, man. And to be honest with you, man, that guy, he's very dedicated, works super hard, and that's why I'm saying he's ready. He's ready. I think we really want to get Berlanga, brother.
Now, speaking of Berlanga, he was not able to drop Marcelo, but I mean, not drop him. Excuse me, not able to knock him out. But Billy Joe Saunders was able to knock him out. What's
Yeah,
your thoughts on that?
yeah. I believe that Berlanga struggled in that fight, and like you said, you know, he was not able to stop him, uh, and that's why I'm trying to see how Diego looks. I think, you know, my opinion right now, I think we're going to stop him maybe like in about 5, 6 rounds. And he has to do that in order to look impressive and go to the bigger fighters. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. You know, we have to look impressive, man, in order to get the bigger fights. You know, I would love a fight with Berlanga at this point. We talked to Matchroom, the zone, and try to see if we can make that fight happen. I've been asking for that fight for a little bit now.
And why do you believe it'll happen in the 5th round? That seems early. It took Billy Joe Saunders, who's a great boxer, took him 11 rounds to get the stoppage on Marcelo.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We got to make a statement. You know, we got to show the people that Diego is ready to go to the next level. And, you know, he's strong. He's been doing really well. Reflexes are good. Sparring, he was sparring David. He was sparring Daniel Blancas. He was sparring also Clarence. What's his name? Kid from California. He's a really good friend of Garcia. I forgot his name. His father used to train him. Ryan Garcia, Lawrence. I don't know if you know who he is.
Okoli?
Yeah, we were sparring him. Man, he Diego's right on point, bro. So that's why we need to make a statement in order to see and for the people to say that he's ready. He's ready for the big boys now.
Now, how have you been liking the activity? He's been very active. This will be his 3rd fight this year. Would you have wanted to have one more? Obviously, it's not going to fit. So, I mean, did you want 4 this year, or were you expecting 3?
No. Ford was good. Everything's good. He's right on point. So we are thinking if everything goes well with the fight, he's supposed to be fighting January, February. He has a bit baby in the way, and I asked him if he wants to take time and spend time with the baby, and he says he's still gonna spend time with the baby, but no, he wants to come back and work harder now. You know, so that's a big motivation for me also. So he doesn't want to take no breaks. He wants to continue working, and I think that's gonna make him a more dangerous fighter now.
So, talk to me about Daniel Blancas. We interviewed him not too long ago. I know he's been working with you, and he should be also on the Benavidez undercard, correct?
Yeah, he's another guy, man, that's very dedicated, man. This guy is super disciplined, man. To be honest with you, his father has done a great job with him. This is like my third fight working with him, and he's just so dedicated. And he's like a sponge, man. He wants to learn also, and get better and better and better. And like I say, that's the main sparring for Diego Pacheco. Those two, man, go at it. So I think they are helping each other a lot, man. And yeah, he's getting better and better too. Super excited to be working with him also.
All right, I got a couple questions here from the people. London Runs Boxing, obviously in the UK, says, "What's good, sir? I just wanted to ask if anyone at the Zone or Matchroom have mentioned a fight with Berlanga. Also, wishing Pacheco the best tonight. KO incoming."
No, I've been asking about him. They try to avoid his mention Diego Pacheco, but I think we got to start cooking it now because sometimes fights take for a while. But we want him. We want him. We want him. I already talked to his to the promotion. That should be an easy fight to make. It all depends, like I said, how it goes. I really really want to fight Munguia also. So those are the two names that we're aiming at right now. I think he's ready. He's ready to step it up and prove himself that he's coming up.
But when you say you want Munguia, you want him with either fighter because there were talks of David and Munguia. Are you saying now you want Munguia
Yeah,
and Pacheco?
yeah. You know what? We were negotiating before we fought Boo Boo. We were negotiating with Mugia, and they offered them 40-60. And they said no, that they said that they wanted 50-50 to fight David. And I said, yeah, go ahead. You know me, man. We're really, really easy people to work with. Look what Caleb Plant demand. He demanded so many things. We just wanted to make the fights happen. We told Mungia and his team the same thing. Yeah, sure, no problem. We'll make it happen. And then they disappeared. They said that after all, they didn't want to fight David. So I don't think that fight is going to happen any soon with David. I don't think they want to fight David. They had the opportunity. We were super close to making that fight, and then they just decided not to do it. So that tells me that they don't want to fight David. So I mean, if they don't want to fight David, then we have Diego Pacheco in line.
All right. We have Alex Vega in Florida. He says, Alex from Palm Beach, South Florida. You have two of the better fighters in the same weight class with close fight dates. Did you have Pacheco and Benavidez spar each other frequently?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
when did that sparring take place? During the beginning of camp sparring or towards the end when both are near the peak? Appreciate you coming on the show on a fight day. Thank you.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you, man. No, we just stopped the sparring for both of them. They're only a week apart, so we had the camp together. We brought in really really good sparring partner. So Pacheco had the best sparring he could have. He was sparring David, Lawrence. We brought a Colombian that was an Olympian. He fought for the bronze medal. He had 400 amateur fights and we spar him also. And then he got to spar Jose Benavidez Jr. too. So everybody was in the mix. Everybody got ready at the same time. So man, the sparring was great. Pacheco sparred Jr., David, Lawrence, Blancas. Man, that's why I'm saying he has to be on point, And he had really good sparring, man. All of them. Junior also had really good sparring.
All right, let's see here. We got Against the Ropes with Dos from West Virginia. Since Canelo is not going to fight you next, are you thinking maybe Canada, Christian Mabili, since he's the number one, or back to David Morrell negotiations?
Yeah, to be honest with you, man, they just announced, but you know how that goes. Announced that if David wins, he'll be fighting. Now it's mandatory. Mauricio Suleiman just came with that he's in the mandatory now for Canelo Alvarez. We don't care about that fight right now. To be honest, man, Boo was a great fighter. Boo Boo was a two-time world champion, a two-time Olympian, undefeated, very awkward, really good skills. Very hungry, and he's a great fighter. That's why a lot of people avoided him. He's a very dangerous fighter, man. We're going against a guy that nobody is trying to fight. Everybody's trying to avoid Boo Boo Andrade, but at the end of the day, we want to make history, man. And in order to make history with David, we have to fight all these fighters, man. Everybody, anybody that wants to fight. So that's why we chose this guy. And right now we're just focused on Boo, man. That's a tough fight, very dangerous fight. We're not thinking about nothing else but Boo Boo right now.
Coach, so is Memo Heredia working with David for this camp?
Yeah. We brought Memo on the last camp. He was working with David. He's working with him again. So yeah, he's in camp right now.
And how far back does your relationship go with him? And when did you start working with him?
From the last fight, to be honest, I know about Memo Heredia. I really didn't never talk to him. I never really seen him until we got him to come and work with us. So this is our second fight with him, and we're building that relationship, and we're trying to adjust and work together. But so far, so good, thank God.
What made you lean towards him? Is it because he worked with Marquez in the past? What gravitated you to him?
Well, at this level where David's at, I got like about 3, 4 assistants, so I always try to see what motivates them and what I'm trying to put the puzzles together. I heard of him, and I heard that he's done a good job, and I heard the fighters that they were satisfied with what he did, and that's the reason we brought him. To be honest, I'm just trying to step back a little bit with David and kind of supervise and I've been training him since he was 2 years old, man, 3 years old. And sometimes we got to make adjustments, of what I seen with Teofimo's father and Sugar Shane Mosley's father and all these Danny Garcia. Sometimes, you kind of they need to breathe, man. They need to have little changes. They need to think of themselves and try to do things that they want to do. So I'm trying to adjust, and I'm listening to what David's saying and Junior's saying. I'm there all the time, bro. But I'm just trying to bring new people so they could get motivated. So it's not the same thing over and over and over. It's working, but sometimes I think what I notice is that little changes and little motivations, that's a big change also. So I'm open-minded, and I'm trying to bring all these people and try to see what works and what doesn't work. And that's the reason we bring people like that, because I just want them to get better, man. I just want them to win.
For sure. What are your thoughts on Victor Conti? And I quote, let me also screen share here. He says, real talk, David Benavidez is scared of Demetrius Andrade. First thing, David and Caleb Plant fought in a 22-foot ring. Boo Boo asked for the same size ring. David demanded a 20-foot ring. Second thing, David demanded a one-way rematch clause. Why not two-way? Him and Benavidez Sr. say Boo Boo's a quote-unquote little guy at 190? Not.
Yeah,
Your
I gotta say
thoughts?
I had a lot of respect for this guy. When you mention his name, you're talking about Conte, right?
Victor Conti.
Yeah, when you mentioned his name, I was gonna say, I want to thank him. I don't know the guy. I never met the guy. We have had a couple of conversations. We're gonna one time we're gonna come and train at his place. Maybe like about 3 fights ago or 4 fights ago. I was very interested, to come and see what he does. At one time, he also sponsored David for one fight. And when you say his name, I was gonna thank him, and say, thank you, really appreciate it. But now, I want to say, he's stupid, He's stupid because he doesn't even know what the fuck is going on here. What is he, just a trainer, or what? I don't think he's the manager. I mean, I
He's
don't.
he's like he's like Memo Heredia.
I
His
know,
his
I know,
issue
but
with you is really with Memo. He's competitive. They do the same thing, and he might take offense to me saying the same thing, obviously, because he's an
yeah,
entire facility.
I mean, he has to take that back. Otherwise, I had nothing but good things to say about him. But when somebody's talking shit like that has no facts, uh, in the first place, I never heard about this fucking 22 boxing ring. I never heard about what was the other one? The
That the
rematch.
one way rematch
One way.
clause.
Shit, I didn't even know we had a rematch. To be honest with you, I don't really care about those things. I mean, if you lose fair and square, what's there to complain about? I mean. we got to take it like, man, we're not thinking about losing. We're gonna fuck him up. You know. And like I said, I always talk good things about Boo Boo. He's a great fighter, man. He's a dangerous fighter. I don't think he's a little guy. He's a fucking tall 168, bro. He's linky. Uh, I got nothing but good things to say about this guy, man. He's a great fucking fighter. He's a good fighter. It's an honor to fight him. He's a dangerous fighter. We're not underestimating him, but at the end of the day, man, we in our minds we gotta fuck them up, In our minds we gotta knock them out, and that's what people want, To be honest with you, we're not gonna go there and play. You know what David does? We destroy people. We gotta go and leave our hearts inside the ring. But for this guy to be talking that shit, uh, it doesn't really, I mean, like I said, people talk shit about me, I'll talk shit back about them, Like I said, when you say his name, I was gonna thank him because, like I said, he sponsored one of David's fights, and I think he does a great job. But when people start talking shit without facts or not knowing, I mean, that's not cool, man.
Perfect segue for this question from Malcolm in New York. Why do you think Canelo never wanted to fight Demetrius Andrade?
Well, the reason that he doesn't never wanted to fight Demetrius Andre, like I say, he's a dangerous fighter, man. This guy is not hittable. You can't figure him out. He doesn't. I've been watching a lot of videos of him, and he's fucking all over the place. He has a lot of energy. He throws uppercuts from different angles. He throws straight punches and hooks, and he gets out and he gets in, and you don't even know when he's gonna. His position is always. Fuck, I imagine him like fucking Manny Pacquiao on steroids. So it's very difficult to to figure him out. And that's the reason that Canelo didn't want to fight him, or nobody wanted to fight him, because he's a fucking dangerous fighter. But at the end of the day, that's what we do, and we want to show the people that David's the best at 168. In order to get recognized and get our credit, we have to fight anybody, man, anybody. And until this day, we have not run from nobody, and we just want to stay busy too, man. We're not gonna fucking wait here for Canelo or nobody, We're gonna continue fighting. David's been real busy, and I want to thank Al Heyman for taking care of David. He's been active. He's been active, and that's what we want to stay. We want to stay active, and we don't care who we fight. We only have one life and one opportunity, and we're gonna take advantage of every opportunity we get our way.
I got Brandon in Houston. If Demetrius Andrade comes out and fights in a similar way that Shakur Stevenson fought on Thursday, do you guys have a game plan for it? If
Of
you
course,
watch that fight, who is to blame for the lack of action? Is it De Los Santos or Shakur?
I did watch that fight. You can't blame nobody for this. They had an opportunity, both of them, to show their skills and to do whatever it took to win that fight. We're ready. We're ready to. If he's gonna get on his bicycle, we're ready to cut the angles, put more pressure, make him fight. I think we're gonna risk. We're gonna go in there and fucking make him throw. That's what we're gonna have to close the gaps. And if we don't close the gaps, we're going to be in trouble. But we're going to have to find a way to make him throw. Now, if he wants to come forward, that's good, And if he wants to, I think Boo Boo, we have different plans. At the end of the day, we don't know how he's going to come. He can come and try to fight and prove that he's the best. Or maybe as soon as he feels the punches, he's going to start running. But we're going to have to make those adjustments round by round and see what he does, because styles makes fights. And he doesn't even know what the fuck he's going to do when he comes in until he feels those punches, and then he's going to have to make adjustments. We're going to have to make adjustments too. So whoever makes more adjustments and is more hungry and comes more prepared is going to be the one that's going to win. It's not an easy fight.
Have you heard of a super middleweight by the name of Angel Chavez?
No, I never heard of him.
That's who is sparring Demetrius Andrade. There was rumors that he, on behalf of Victor Conti, was looking for heavyweights because he was beating all the sparring partners. So they wanted to hire a heavyweight, and they didn't find one, but they found Angel Chavez, who was a Bob Santos fighter. Do you believe that, or you think they just selling a fight, which is still a good thing either way?
They can do whatever the fuck they want to do,
Oh shit, he got a call. Smash that thumbs up. We got Jose Benavidez live from the locker room. You know he got a fight today on the zone. If you haven't already hit the thumbs up, go ahead and do so. If you haven't already subscribed, why are you disrespecting? We need those numbers. Right now, we at 183,608. Can we make it to 184,000 today? What's up, ladies, gentlemen? We need ya. He must be on another call. We're going to have to just wait for him to come back. See what we got. Discord is open. He was about to answer your question, Brandon. Twitter Spaces is available. Here we go.
Hello,
Yep.
are you there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Going back to the question that you asked me about this heavyweight that they said that they're sparring.
Mm-hmm.
You know, man, to be honest with you, everybody says that. Everybody says that they were stopping everybody in the sparring. It all depends who the fuck they bring to the sparring. Uh, we brought a guy that fights at 175, the Colombian guy that had 400 amateur fights, undefeated fighter. But then we have little guys. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, if they don't do things right, these guys, are heavier. Yeah, you're gonna punch him a little bit, but if you make a little mistake, you know what, you can get hurt because the weight is too big. But we went up to 175. David did really good. He was controlling. I was paying really good attention to not getting hurt, not getting cut. But thank God everything went well. But I wouldn't put a heavyweight in there. It wouldn't do me any purpose, to fight a heavyweight. To be honest with you. I don't, but everybody says, all these things, that they've been doing. We're going to see the day of the fight, who prepare themselves better, and that's all that matters.
Coach, taking you back to the Shakur fight, um, what would you have told De Los Santos as a trainer? How would you have gotten him to get that win?
You know, man, I was watching that fight and I was more mad about Timothy Bradley. Fuck, he's a terrible commentator, bro. To be honest with you, I was so pissed and so like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? When he said that, oh, Shakur Stevenson is dominating with that jab, and like, what the fuck? He's not even throwing no punches. Like what the? Oh, they had Shakur Stevenson winning all the fucking rounds when he was just fucking. I like. Don't get me wrong, bro. Nothing against Shakur Stevenson. He's a great fighter. I think there's nobody that can beat him. To be honest with you, he's fucking good, man. But he looked terrible. He looked terrible, in my opinion, man. Uh, man, I don't know. I don't even know what to tell you. There was no action. He was just bouncing back, not countering. Like I said, the Timothy Bradley was more entertaining. Just saying the good things that he was doing. Uh, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is this guy talking about? But De Los Santos, I think he tried to do everything that he could to win and try to risk a little bit. But you can't hit a target that's moving and it's just fucking bouncing back. He tried, he really tried. Um, but it was just so difficult. I think Shakur, I mean, he still won the fight. I mean, to me, it could have been a draw, but uh, uh, I think it was just a boring fight, bro. To be honest with you, there was no action, and Shakur, maybe if Shakur would have fought a little bit, I think it would have made the fight a little bit more interesting. But it was just the whole fight. It was just boring.
But as a trainer, what would you have told Medina? Excuse me.
Well, if I, they were doing the right thing, in the corner, they were trying to be a little bit more aggressive, I think I would have put my hands up and fuck, okay, I'm gonna take one hit or whatever. I'm gonna make him, think that he's hitting me or something, give him a little bit of confidence so he can kind of stay there. And, because these fighters, you give them a little bit of confidence, they're like, oh, okay, he can be hit, but he just wanted to knock him out. He just scared him so much that Shakur never stopped. I would have given Shakur a little bit of confidence, like, okay, I would let Shakur hit me a little bit so I could catch him with one big shot at least. But I think he was just not willing to do that. I think if it was me, I would have probably say, hey, listen, make him think that, stay there, block, and make him come in and give him a little bit of confidence.
Coach, obviously you still manage Rayo. I watched an interview, and he is sparring Raymond Murataya. What's your thoughts on that? And is that good sparring for Chris Colbert?
You know what, man? To be honest with you, I still manage him. I don't. He's back with his trainer, so I see everything that he does. You know, he has all the tools in the world to be a world champion. He has it, bro. I mean, I like him as a son. You know, I got very close to him and very attached to him, and I wish him nothing but the best. But I gotta step back and let him do his work. I would do it differently. But hey, to be honest, I don't even know who he's sparring. His coach is the one that is taking care of him. He's with them over there with Robert Garcia, and I haven't even seen a sparring or nothing like that. I want to give him his space. I don't want him to feel pressure or uncomfortable. So I'm trying. I'm still trying to figure it out. To see how I can help him and not be a distraction for him. So I don't even know. I'm thinking, should I go to the fight? Should I not go to the fight? I don't even know, bro.
Send him
I'm
a
so
message
confused.
though, Coach. Don't
Yeah,
don't
yeah. No,
not
no.
go without him knowing that you at least asked to go.
Yeah, no, no. I try to do the best that I can, like I said, but I got to give him a little bit of a space. We worked for so long together, and I mean, he knows. I send him messages, and I feel bad when you don't get reply back. So that's telling me something. That they don't want to be bothered. But I try, like I said, I like him like my son. When sometimes when you have your son and they're not doing what you want to do, it hurts a lot, So even if you send a text or something and you don't get a reply back, it kills you, So I don't want to go through that, But I'm trying my best. I'm not saying no, He's a great fighter, He's doing well, and I wish him the best. I'm gonna be cheering for him, and but I'm here. I'm here, for whatever he needs. I was here for him from when he started, all the way. I was here like his father, trying to do everything that he needed, and I'm still here. Nothing has changed, but in life, we got to make adjustments. And like I said, I'm very confused. I don't know what to do, but I'm trying. I'm trying, every day. But yeah, no, he has a great fight. I got him the rematch to fight Colbert right away, and that's another. It's a good fight for both of them because Colbert, whoever wins this fight is going to go to the next level. Whoever loses this fight is going all the back to the line.
Um, with David, Coach, what do you think is the natural next option? Obviously, excluding Canelo, and how long do you see him staying at the weight? Because he's been there from the beginning.
Yeah, you know what? Like I said, I'm focused on Bubu Andrade right now. It's a tough fight. Let's see how he performs, and let's see what he does. I'm pretty sure he's gonna come victorious, no doubt about that. We're super positive about that. We train super hard. He's ready to go tomorrow. But we're thinking, we're not going to wait for nobody. There's so many options. We really want to fight B-Ball, because that will show another big test for David. He beat Canelo, he beat Sudo Ramirez. So if we beat the guy that beat the other guys, so that will put us in another position. After that, hopefully we could get a fight with Beterbiev. We just want to fight the best, man. We want to fight all these dangerous fighters, man. Beterbiev is a fucking monster, man. All the fights by knockout, but those are the guys that we want to face. So after this fight, see how it goes, and we'll be probably going to 175 and fight these guys, and then come back to 160. David feels very comfortable in both ways, and whatever comes. But like I said, right now, we're focused on Boo Boo, man. Boo Boo is a tough fight. It's a very dangerous fight, and we got to stay focused on Boo Boo right now.
Coach, I don't know if you've seen, because obviously you're busy, but you're actually at a DAZN card promoted by Matchroom. But the executive of DAZN, Joe McCroskey, came out in an article and said that, and I quote, that will be an obvious growth opportunity for DAZN boxing, end quote. And he means if PBC were to go to DAZN. Now, we know that Deontay Wilder is going to be fighting on a DAZN pay-per-view, but we don't know the rest of the PBC stable. What can you tell us? What do you've got fighters on the zone? Does it matter to you?
Yeah, to be honest, man, it doesn't really matter to me. You know, my job is to get these fighters ready and keep advancing. Like I said, I'm super thankful to Al Heyman with the work that he's done with David. And he's the boss. You know, whatever he says we do, we'll follow him. You know, with our eyes closed. You know, we really trust Al, and we believe on what he does. And whatever, man. To be honest, it makes no difference for me. David, right now, I believe that he's in a good stage that we shouldn't be worried about. But with all these networks, you know, now Showtime closing, it gets a little scary. But you know what? It's gonna get well. You know, now I think they're talking to Amazon Prime and Netflix. Maybe something's gonna come out for next year. So I don't really worry about that to be, but it would be great, you know, if we all could fight together, you know, and make the fights easier, you know. To be honest with you, the fights would happen more quicker with
For
all
sure.
everybody else.
Now, what's your thoughts on the back and forth between David Morrell and Dimitri Bivol? Bivol and his manager came out and said that they offered Morrell an opportunity. Morrell is saying that they never received anything about that. You've been allegedly in negotiations with Morrell in the past, and it seems like it didn't end the way that it should for a fight to materialize. What can you tell us about that situation? What's your opinion on it, and what what were your thoughts on your negotiations with Team Morrell?
Yeah, well, you know, I've been really open about it. You know, he was in the contract when we fought Caleb Plant before we fought Caleb Plant. You know, we've been trying to make this fight with Morrell. You know, and there's so many interviews. You know that let's fight, let's make it happen. It just got old, man. You know, I think they just wanted publicity because at the end of the day, they didn't want to step in. Even his trainer, Ronnie Shields, said that he wasn't ready to fight David Benavidez. So I just left it at that, man. You know, I think he just wants to get a little bit publicity. You know, his team does not want to let him fight with David. You know, if he wanted to fight, that fight could have been made, no problem. You think that Boo Boo is more dangerous? I mean, you think that Morrell is more dangerous than Boo Boo? I don't think so. Boo Boo, you know, he's a two-time world champion, two-time Olympian. He's very awkward, like I said, undefeated fighter with a lot of fights. So him, I don't even worry about Morrell. You know, he only has like 10 fights. He hasn't proven anything, but we'll fight him because, like I said, I wanted to fight him because I think that David has more experience in professionals. The Olympics and amateur fighting is totally different. I think David could stop him, not a problem. And I think Morrell, within time, like in about 2 years, he's going to be a very difficult fighter, man. He is going to get all the experience. He is good. He is really good. But I don't think he has the experience. I don't think that he's at David's level right now. And like in about a year or two, I think he's going to be a dangerous fighter. And if we don't face him now, we can definitely face him later. You know, it's going to be a difficult fight later on.
So the rumor that he's insinuating you guys chose Andre because he's more popular for this particular fight over him isn't true?
Of course not. You know, he can say whatever the fuck he wants to say. You know, I did see a post that Bebo offered him a fight and they didn't want to take it. I posted on my Instagram because I thought it was funny because these guys they just talk a lot of shit. They want to face everybody that they're the best at 168 and this and that. And he sent me a direct message to my Instagram. You know, that I try to brainwash him or something like that. I don't even understand what the fuck he put in there in my thing. That wasn't true. This and that. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was funny. I mean, he says he wants to fight anybody. We'll fucking fight people. We'll fight anybody. Why wouldn't we fight Morel? I don't. There's no. I mean, like I said, it's an easy fight, easy money with Morel.
All right, all right. Well, coach, let me see if we got something else came in from the people before we let you go. We know you're a busy man. I'm giving it a refresh here. We do have Bougie in Broward, Florida. How is it going, coach? Thanks for coming by. With this upcoming fight with Boo Boo, many think his IQ and skill set can upset David. However, David's last opponent was highly skilled with a great IQ in Caleb Plant, and he got defeated. So, what can you tell those who still think Boo Boo can outthink or and outwork David? Thank you again.
I don't think that that's gonna happen in our mind. I think David's gonna stop this guy, and that's what we think. We will love the stoppage. We're ready to go 12 rounds, but we are gonna go there and fight our ass off. David, his style. He's a fucking warrior. So he wants to prove himself something all the time. So, in boxing, anything can happen. Anything can happen. We're ready for whatever, man. But we are ready to take that victory. We're ready to go and not even thinking about losing, man. We're thinking about victory. We're thinking that we're gonna stop this guy. If the stoppage comes, we'll be super happy. But if it doesn't come, he's gonna get a beating, and that's all we're thinking of. We're not going in there and frustrated or impatient, but we are there, to take this guy out. And like I said, I don't even think about David losing, none of that. We're going in there to see his hands get raised.
We got Jesse Hernandez in West Covina, California. Hey, coach, what would be the one biggest lesson you've learned through the years of being a father slash trainer?
The biggest lesson I learned working with my sons, man, it's you got to make adjustments, man, in life. You have your kids since they're born. You tell them what to do. Go brush your teeth. Go clean your room. Go to school. Get ready for school and all that. And that just becomes like being bossy all the time. But it comes a time we know when they're grown. In your mind, in my mind, I thought they were little kids still. And they gotta make mistakes, and they're gonna make mistakes. But the biggest lesson is you gotta make adjustments, and you gotta let them have an opportunity to do what they do, make their mistakes. And I mean, if you keep making those same mistakes, there's something wrong. But we all make mistakes, and I think we learn a lot from the mistakes.
James Valdez, San Antonio, Texas. Do you see Junior or David following in your footsteps and becoming a boxing trainer once they are done lacing up the gloves themselves?
Yeah, I see David. He likes to train a lot, and Junior also. They really enjoy that. I believe so, because at the end of the day, they love boxing, and I think they could definitely motivate other kids and pass it over to them. I definitely see them becoming trainers after their career.
I got Stainless in Detroit that says, I messaged you on Instagram about fathers learning from their mistakes and teaching their children what they've learned. Thank you for responding. Keep evolving as a man and a dad and a granddad.
Well, I try to do my best, man. Sometimes it's impossible now these days. I get so many messages, man. And to be honest with you, I'm not an Instagram guy or Facebook or social media. I just reply. To be honest with you, but I try to do my best. And I mean, if I could do something like that, it motivates something. That's a big thing for me.
We got Cliff in Connecticut. Is Jose Benavidez Jr. going to get the upset?
We're going for that, man. It's a perfect timing. It's a perfect fight. They think they're fighting a guy that's done, that got shot in the leg, and they think that Dave Jr. is done. We're in for a surprise, man. He's super motivated. I never seen him so motivated for this fight. That we have. I'm very confident, and I think he's going to get the big upset, and that's going to bring him to bigger and better things. He's super motivated, super happy. That's not his weight, but that's another big challenge. He's a 154 coming up to 160. Now these guys want to fight at 163. They changed the contract, and doesn't matter. We're in. We're gonna make this happen, and we're gonna get the upset.
Now, how does he fare up better with Charlo, who's bigger and stronger than Danny Garcia, who gave him trouble?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, David Jr. has come back, and we didn't really have a good camp. He wasn't really motivated. I was pushing him more than he was pushing himself. But now with the two daughters that he has and the opportunity, he just woke up. And man, I can't believe him. I'm seeing the junior that I knew when he was 17, 18 years old. The motivation and him getting up, not making me wake him up. He's waking up and doing all his exercises in training, and man, it's a big satisfaction for me and a big motivation. So man, I'm super happy and super excited, and I'm super excited for this opportunity.
Now, Coach, I've been trying to get this fact check while I had you on, but I'm told that Demetrius Andrade has knocked down 9 or 10 of his last 11 or 12 opponents. Did you fact check that? Because he has been getting knockdowns, but he doesn't get knockouts. And those knockdowns,
Yeah,
they
but
usually come early.
do they posted how many times he got hurt? Why don't they post that also? You know, I don't give a fuck whoever he stopped. Who the fuck has he fought? What's his name? The fighter that he fought, the last fighter, and Jason Quintley. You know, come
Mm-hmm.
on, bro. You know, come on. You know, I know who these guys are. You know, I mean, if you're gonna count that, that, you know, go ahead. Keep thinking that. You know, never faced the Mexican monster. So I mean, no disrespect to all these fighters, but these fighters were done a while ago.
Just to double back, because I don't think you answered the Christian Mabili question. Have you seen him? He's trained by Mark Ramsey. He's from Canada.
No, I have not. If you can send me his link or something. I seen a guy there. I seen two. I watch everything, you know. So I seen two sparring partners there. But I mean, if they're not known, they're not known. They have a lot to prove. It doesn't matter who he's sparring. To be honest with you, I mean, it's they're. I haven't. If you send me the link, I will definitely watch them and see who they are. But they haven't proven anything, so
No,
we
no,
can't
no.
go
He's
off of
not a
that.
sparring partner. He's the number one in the division, Christian Mabili. He's a fighter from Canada.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, all these guys from overseas or whatever. I mean, if they haven't fought in America, you know, I don't. They haven't proven anything. But like I said, let me check them out. I would like send me a link. You know, I would definitely like to check him out. I would like to see who he is. I don't know who he is. You know, and he could be the next big thing. You know, who knows? But at this point, I don't even know who he is.
Coach, thanks for coming on. I'll send it to your Instagram
Thank you.
inbox.
Thank you. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Have a good day. Thank you.
You too. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was Coach Jose Benavidez Sr. Let me do this now before I forget to send him the Mabili link. And you know, I never sent those other links to the other trainer for the other fighters. For those other fighters, let me see if it's in my history. Yep, Harold Cardone. We got to send that to welterweight fighter. Who we were matching up? We had on the show earlier. That's right, Brian Norman. He's got a fucking Android, so I don't even know if I sent them this already. But let's see what we got. Check the shout out to everybody that sent in a question on from members and Patreon. Hopefully we got to everybody. Let's see here if we missed any super chats. Shout out to Alex Vega becoming a champ. And as soon as he became a champ, he took advantage and went right ahead and asked Jose Benavidez Sr. a question. And obviously, I said that live on the show. We got Rider of the Storm, $5. Snack, Memo Heredia, both pharmacists who know how to pass Vada. Jose Sr. is full of poop emoji. Rider of the Storm, $2. Wonder what Jose Sr. would say if Canelo joined Snack. Rider of the Storm, $2 more. Jose Jr., PBC 304, who gets past the round. Oh, 304 is upside down. He's hilarious. Bro, you're so creative. You're fucking hilarious. Bro, I literally read it 304. You fucking kidding me? You're hilarious, champ. Shout out to my man's Rider of the Storm. Let's see what we got on our poll where it says hit the like button. Should Tank fight Shakur after this performance? 35% say yes. 27% say no. 20% say after a few better performances. 17% say I don't want to see Shakur anymore. Damn, you guys are ruthless. Ruthless. Discord, last call for calls. We about to wrap it up. NestGTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Don't forget, I need you to subscribe to the show. We are on the hunt for 1 million subscribers, and only you can help us with that. Right now, we are at 183,609. But I need your help. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Retweet my space. Share my reels. That's how we gonna grow, man. You know, we out here putting in work. We gonna be back with a live fight chat. And I gotta check the betting line. Maybe even a little betting show, man, since I can't stay away. Arrivederci.